Hey everyone, and welcome back to Slumber Reads. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories, as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 likes on this one. Dropping a like does help out the channel immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I try to post a video just like this one, roughly every 5 days. This one specifically took me a little while to get out. I won't get into it, life's just been very busy. I'm sure you all understand, I don't need to explain every time I miss an upload. But yeah, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy the 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads, except for the ad break after this intro. There will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Log entry 00333-0600-0401-2047. Subject 536,000/740,000. Session 3/4. Impact. A wound in accordance with time will crust relative to the quality of the body it occupies. This attempt to seal a moment of weakness deprives the afflicted of the experience it would otherwise be subjected to. The art of articulation and urgency to calibrate becomes exacerbated by the persistence of natural healing process. For some of us, the drive to perfection and addiction to improvement might also function as an impairment to the quality of natural organisms and their limited means of existence. Rhythmic tonal pings of medical terminals. The sterile white of the fluorescent light swells into my field of sight again, and I am overwhelmed by a sense of lost time. Good morning, my little child. How are you feeling? Did you enjoy the session? Who are you? I ask wearily. The lights fade, and I am swallowed by darkness once again. I retain my consciousness, yet there is another jarring sense of lost connection. My parents decided it was best to send me here for treatment for a number of behaviors I had been exhibiting at home that they found concerning. I had heard this institution is one of the first of its kind, and is on the cutting edge of this type of corrective treatment. I know my parents love me, and I trust them to do what's right, even though things at home aren't always easy and I am the cause of a lot of conflict. I trust that they know this place is best for me, despite how nervous I am. After all, I just want to grow up to be a normal man and make them happy. After all, it is what nature wants, right? My head is still shaking. I realize I am floating in a big black void. Have I been here before? In a dream? A memory? My body tingles with a warm fuzz, as if all the hair on my body is moving, hypnotically entranced by an electric current. I feel the goose flesh rise, pulsate, and fall as this feeling washes over and through my body. I raise my arms to look, but I can't see them. I try to touch my face in an attempt to gain some orientation, but I realize, despite a sense of motion, I can't physically feel anything. Am I dead? A red light flickers. The rhythm enters rapidly, like the ascendant wings of an insect. Each pulse is accompanied by a feeling of intense emotional swell, fading just as rapidly as it arises from within me. I don't have many words to describe this experience. The best way I can articulate the feeling is as if every aspect of who I am were being sliced into fine layers rapidly before me, like deli meat. Each layer, following the first, is pulled forward, disjointed from me, and simultaneously removed, falling lost into the infinite blackness in which I find myself. As all the memories and familiar emotions rise and fall within me, I notice a separate, overarching sensation slowly welling up inside myself, a repulsion rising with significant intensity. The disgust in my head crescendos. The emotion becomes more like an intense heat centralized around my head and neck, and a raging fire that trickles down my shoulders and arms into my fingers. The intensity of the pain fully eclipses my thoughts and bodily sensations. and it's as if my body and mind are being actively reduced to cinder. I am unable to move, and my heart trembles. Suddenly I feel myself drop into the darkness. Log entry 00342-536-09-10-2047. Subject 536,000/740,000. Session 4/4. Integration. The measured success of introducing a foreign body transplanted into an organism can be anticipated, in part, by the rate and quality with which the tissue meshes with the surrounding environment. There is a level of expected infection and, hence, a loss of mass in the transplant. However, it is essential that enough of the core elements of the composition of the foreign mass be preserved in order for the lost tissue to regenerate and reintegrate into the whole of the surrounding body. We have curated an approved list of qualifying medications to facilitate this essential preservation of mass, allowing a higher rate of successful integration. Good morning. How did you sleep? A familiar voice chimes. I open my eyes and immediately close them. The rhythmic, metallic chirping of squeaky casters ushers a figure into the room. For some reason, my head is in intense pain, and the bright lights in the room are unbearable. Hello? Who's there? I ask. The figure responds, Don't worry, I won't be long. I just want to take some vitals, then you can go home. The sound of the metallic chirping pivots and stops at the right side of my bed. My head hurts so bad. I groan, and attempt to raise my arm to touch my forehead, realizing my hands are paralyzed, locked to the bed. That's a normal experience. The figure replies. The voice is soft and sweet, with a slightly groggy strain that quivers. I feel like I've heard it before. I'm just going to take some readings on your arm. I'll be quick, I promise. The figure mutters, and I feel a gloved finger caress the crook of my right arm. This will be cold, it says, and I feel something small and wet swirl on the inside of my arm. I grimace at the intensity of the feeling, and feel the hair on my skin stand on end. As I feel the small wet thing retract, I realize the pain in my head is beginning to subside. I muster the courage to open my eyes again. I breathe in deeply and see her hunched over me, backlit by a searing white light. I feel like I've seen her before, and feel a sharp sting in the crook of my arm. She and the light swiftly fade. Acquired journal of the subject 00001 undefined 24/12/2043. Subject 536,000/740,000. Christmas Eve. Example of problematic behavior 300/682. Dear Mom and Dad, I am so sorry for all the shame and embarrassment I've caused you these past few years. High school has been difficult for me, and I know it's because of how I look and act around the other kids. I don't know why I stole Mom's lipstick, or tried it on. That was dumb of me, but I wanted to look cool for once. My best friend Kier wears lipstick, and I thought it would maybe help me gain some confidence at school if I was a little more like her. I really feel like no one sees me, and I am so tired. So tired. I feel like something is deeply wrong with me, and I know you can probably guess what it is. I've given a lot of thought to going to that treatment facility Dr. Meng recommended, and I've decided it's the only option for me at this point. Who knows? Maybe I'll meet other kids like me there. Mom, Dad, I love you, and I'm sorry for everything. I promise I want to get better this time. Love, Eric. The piercing, repetitive screech of an alarm rips me from my sleep. My heart is pounding in my chest and my sheets are soaked in sweat. My eyes rise to the ceiling above me and fixate on the dust-covered fan mounted above my bed. I wonder if that's mold on the blades. I think to myself. I guess that would explain the intense nightmares I've been having. I hoist myself up to a sitting position, and my field of vision blurs for a moment, then refocuses on my bookshelf across from my bed. I notice it seems less cluttered than I remember. I hoist myself out of bed, get dressed and showered, and head downstairs for breakfast. The smell of burnt toast and bacon drifted through the kitchen. My mother stood at the stove, unusually tense. She was whistling under her breath. The tune sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. "Morning, Eric," I responded hesitantly. Morning, Mom." She turned and smiled. For just a fraction of a second, her smile evoked a feeling of strangeness inside me. Was the woman beneath those impossibly white lights really my mother? "Good morning, son," my father bellowed from the living room. "You all right, Eric?" my mom asked. Yeah, I'm fine." "You look pale." "I just had a weird dream." She laughed gently. "Well, you're home now." Home? The word felt distant, as if I had lost my connection to what it even meant. But I didn't think much of it. Days passed quickly. Everything seemed smaller and more removed, like I was living in a waking dream. My bedroom, the neighborhood, even my own parents, they kept staring at me with an expression I couldn't place. Maybe it was relief or apprehension. I felt different, but I can't really describe the feeling as good either. I once asked where all my books went, and my parents exchanged glances before answering. Apparently we'd thrown them away before I went into treatment. I felt like they were treating me as if something was wrong, but I couldn't quite place what it was. I guess it came off as odd that I didn't remember where my books had gone. My relationship with my parents was always distant, which I understand will take time to mend. Whenever I forgot conversations from earlier in the day, they insisted I was still recovering from treatment, and that the side effects would resolve over the next few weeks. Yet every morning I woke up exhausted and drenched in sweat. I think something odd might be happening with my short-term memory, but it seems to be getting a little better each day. One morning, I was walking to the bus stop with my father, and he asked how I was feeling after going to treatment. We talked about how excited we were to start fresh, and I apologized for the things I'd done to upset him in the past. I can barely remember the fights that used to break out between us, which honestly was pretty nice. As we walked past the park, I felt strange, a bad feeling inside me, a deep, overwhelming sadness. I felt like I needed to cry, but couldn't. My father grabbed my arm and pointed to a dead squirrel near the oak tree by the bus stop. "Whoa, would you look at that?" he exclaimed. The animal had been ripped into many pieces. Its head, arms, and legs had been torn violently from its torso, which had also been disemboweled. The entrails dressed the protruding stump of the tree. My father muttered, "Raccoons are vicious little guys, huh?" I agreed and chuckled. We might actually be lucky not to have any pets to worry about. I've always wanted a pet. Maybe a dog, but I'd also be okay with a cat. I love all sorts of animals, but my parents would never let me get one. They said a pet would mess up the carpets. Later at school, my old friend Kira approached me at lunch. He sat next to me without asking, and I felt odd about this. I normally enjoyed his company very much, but today I just noticed the sickly sweet floral perfume he was wearing, and it was ruining my appetite. Kira always dressed very flamboyantly. Fishnet shirts, crop tops, heavy eye makeup. I used to think he was very stylish, but today I felt embarrassed to be seen with him. Maybe it was the particular vest and fishnet combination he was wearing. I'm not sure. I couldn't really put my finger on it. "Eric, how have you been, Eric? It's great to see you," Kira exclaimed. I've been okay," I muttered. I noticed for the first time the sneering eyes of the people in the lunchroom around us. I could see Jake, the star quarterback of the football team, pointing and jeering with his friends at the table across the room. What were they saying about us? I wondered. I hope they don't think I'm gay or something for sitting next to him. Kier cut into my silence. What's going on? You've been out of school for months and you're barely saying anything. You really seem out of it. I heard you were sick. I was really worried about you. I'm good. I just haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately. Hey, would you mind if I ate alone today? I'm not feeling super great and your perfume is kind of ruining my appetite. Not going to lie. Oh, sorry. Sure. Sorry. I thought you liked Angel. But yeah, I guess that stint in the hospital must have done a number on you. I'll eat lunch in the homeroom today. Hey, I hope you feel better. Eric, I'm really happy you're back. Kier raised his tray, a broken look on his face. Or maybe thinking back on it, it was more concern than anything. As soon as Kier left, I became refreshingly more at ease, and the eyes of the people sitting around us seemed to grow lighter. The fear of being gossiped about immediately left my body. After I got off the bus to go home that day, I noticed another ad for a missing pet. They had been accumulating on the bulletin board near the bus stop ever since I started back at school after my treatment. I would always stop to check whether I could spot any of them around, and maybe even claim some reward money. Wow, people really are careless about letting their animals outside, I thought to myself. If I had a pet, I'd never let it out of my sight. I couldn't shake a funny feeling I got when I looked at these ads. I'd never met any of these pets, but I felt a deep connection to them. I couldn't tell you why, but I felt an overwhelming sadness whenever I thought about them. I figured it must have been because I'd been keeping a passive mental note of what they look like, in case I ever came across one. Like I said, I've always wanted a pet, and I hate seeing animal owners be so careless. A few weeks went by and I had been dreading going to school each day, having to think of new and creative ways to avoid Kier so people would stop gossiping about us. But then one day, while I was gathering my books from my locker to head home, he approached me. Hey Eric, we need to talk. What's up? I asked. I feel really bad and I feel like you're avoiding me. You've been weird ever since you got back from the hospital, and I'm really worried about you. Please tell me what's wrong. Kier is really starting to get to me and he really can't take a hint, can he? I thought to myself, maybe I should just tell him off. Suddenly Jake approached us. Aw, look at the she-male and its boyfriend. Jake sneered. Hey Eric, are you still a cross-dresser? That's why you were in the hospital, right? The she-male was contagious? Kier got in Jake's face and shoved him. Screw off, Kier exclaimed. Jake punched Kier so hard he hit the floor. I saw Kier lying there whimpering, blood starting from his mouth. I swear to God, if you tell anyone about this, I will kill your homo ass. Jake muttered and ran off. Suddenly my vision blurred so badly I thought I was having a stroke. I felt myself fall through the floor and everything went black. The flashing red lights came back and a high-pitched screeching tone filled my head as I floated in the darkness. I remember this place. I've been here before. He's waking up. Perfect. Read him his rights. You have the right to remain. You have the right. You have the right to it. My head was killing me, and I slowly opened my eyes. The fluorescent light illuminated the blurry figures across from me, and slowly they came into focus, their gruff, disembodied voices muttering to each other. I realized I was sitting upright and couldn't move my arms or legs. I blinked and my vision cleared. I was in a small white room, at a table across from 3 police officers. Son, can you hear me? One of them demanded. What's going on? Where am I? How did I muttered groggily. You know you're going to be charged as an adult. What you did is disgusting. Now answer the question. The officer shouted. What question? I stammered. Do you recognize her? The officer shoved a picture of Kier in my face. Well, what used to be Kier. Yeah. I stammered. I think I've seen that squirrel before. Log entry 00345-620 11 12 2047. Subject 536,000/740,000. Eric. Abstract. Corrective identity integration successful. Contradictions and side effects. Subject presents non-union integration via extreme violence. Revisions needed. Dr. Meng, PhD. I don't even know where to start, but I need advice right now because I feel like I am completely losing my mind. I'm watching Mark sleep on the baby monitor while I type this. For 3 long years, my life has been reduced to the 4 walls of this room. Mark used to be a 6'2" construction foreman, but a drunk driver changed all of that in a fraction of a second. Now he's just a silent, uncooperative weight. Paralyzed from the neck down. He can't feed himself, he can't hold my hand. He can't even roll over to stop the bed sores unless I, physically, haul his heavy body onto his side. My wrists ache constantly. My back is completely ruined. Being a full-time caregiver is a special kind of hell, but I do it because I love him. Every single morning is identical. 6 a.m., the sharp, metallic buzz of my phone alarm goes off, shocking the soles of my feet against the cold hardwood floor. I force down 4 cups of lukewarm, bitter black coffee just to function. When I walk into his bedroom, the air always hits me like a wall. Heavy, humid, smelling of old sweat, sour skin, and wool blankets. The smell of bleach never truly leaves this house, but it can't cover up the scent of sickness. I roll him over, listening to the sickening, wet slide of his skin against the plastic undersheets. His joints give a dull, hollow pop with every shift. Then comes the kitchen routine. The dry, grating screech of the mortar and pestle sets my teeth on edge as I grind his pills into a fine, chalky powder. Muscle relaxants, nerve blockers, and a heavy, liquid sedative to stop his involuntary spasms. I mix it into a thick, grayish-beige nutrient slurry that smells faintly of metallic vitamins, adding the clear, viscous drops of the sedative until it dissolves. I spoon-feed him slowly, the metal clicking sharply against his teeth, using a rough washcloth to wipe away the sticky string of drool on his stubble. Usually his eyes are dead. He just stares blankly at the ceiling fan spinning overhead. But over the last 2 weeks, something shifted. The moment the door hinges give a tiny rusted squeak, Mark's eyes instantly snap to mine. They aren't blank anymore. They are wide, bloodshot, and frantic. The pupils dilate so violently they swallow his irises. Yesterday, when I brought the spoon to his lips, a single hot tear sliced through the grease on his cheek. His jaw locked tightly shut with a sickening click of bone. I had to pinch his nose and pry his mouth open, breathing in the sour tang of his breath, just to make sure he swallowed his medicine. I told his doctor, but she thinks it's just late-onset depression and medical trauma. I don't think so. The house feels wrong. Yesterday, I found a damp patch of the hallway carpet that smelled like rain. Last night, I heard a floorboard groan in the living room while I was bathing him. But at 3:15 a.m. last night, things got so much worse. A sound woke me up that scraped right along my spine. It was a rhythmic, dull thudding coming from his room. Thump, 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 like a heavy sack of flour being dropped on the floorboards. I grabbed my heavy iron flashlight, the cold metal freezing my palms, and crept down the pitch-black hallway. I pushed his bedroom door open, the rusted hinges giving a high, piercing whine. The room was freezing. The window was shut, but the air felt dead and hollow. Mark was asleep, his chest rising and falling in the slow, mechanical rhythm of the sedative. But his phone, the old, deactivated smartphone I keep on his nightstand, just to play ambient rain sounds to drown out the click hiss of his oxygen machine, was lying on the floor. It was 3 feet away from the table, face down on the hardwood, its screen shattered into a spiderweb of glinting, sharp fractures. There is no draft in this house strong enough to blow a heavy phone off a nightstand, and Mark physically cannot move. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat at the kitchen table, watching the gray dawn bleed into the room until the shadows on the linoleum dissolved. My mind kept looping back to the shattered glass. I tried to build a rational explanation. Piece by piece, the way you try to balance an unstable house of cards. Maybe the vibration of the rain app had slowly drifted the phone to the edge. Maybe a stray mouse. But deep down in that quiet, visceral place where your instincts live, I knew that was a lie. The phone had been placed in the exact center of the oak nightstand, nestled in a carved groove. It hadn't drifted, it had been pushed. At 7 a.m. I walked back into Mark's room, my slippers dragging heavily. He was still under the deep, suffocating fog of the emergency sedative. His breath came in thin, whistling gasps that rattled the back of his throat, a dry, papery sound that always reminded me of dead leaves scraping against asphalt. His skin looked translucent in the morning light, mapped with thin, branching rivers of blue and purple veins. I stood over him for a long time, the heavy iron flashlight still gripped tightly in my right hand. My knuckles were white. "Did you do it?" I whispered into the quiet room. The only response was the mechanical, rhythmic click hiss of the oxygen machine. I felt a sudden, sickening wave of shame wash over me. How could I even think that? The man hadn't felt his own toes in 36 months. His spine was a shattered mess of scar tissue and wire. I was letting the sleep deprivation eat holes in my sanity. I set the flashlight down with a heavy, metallic thunk and went to work. His right hand was still stained with the dried, dark brown crust of the blood from yesterday's frantic scraping. I fetched a plastic basin of warm water and a soft yellow sponge. When I dipped his hand into the water, the liquid instantly swirled with a rusty amber tint. I worked gently, dabbing at the raw, weeping skin over his knuckles. His fingers were stiff, curled inward like the claws of a dead bird. As I wiped away the last of the crust, my fingers brushed against the pad of his index finger. The skin there wasn't soft, like the rest of his unused, bedbound body. It was rough. There was a tiny localized patch of hard, callous skin right at the tip, the kind you get from repetitive, friction-heavy pressure, like someone rubbing their finger against a coarse surface for hours at a time. My heart gave a hard, erratic thud against my ribs. I dropped the sponge back into the basin. It hit the surface with a loud, wet splash, slopping soapy, pinkish water over the rim and onto the hardwood floor. I stared at his face. His eyelids gave a sudden, violent twitch, his chest heaving as the medication began to lose its grip on his nervous system. "Mark?" I breathed, leaping down until the sour heat of his breath fanned against my cheek. His eyes snapped open. There was no gradual waking up, no soft blinking away of sleep. It was an instantaneous electric jolt. The pupils were already fully dilated, pitch-black pools that seemed to swallow the gray morning light. He didn't look at the ceiling fan. He didn't look at the window. He looked directly into my eyes, and the sheer, unadulterated hatred burning in his gaze froze the blood in my veins. His jaw began to work, his lips stretching back over his dry, yellowing teeth with a faint, wet, tearing sound. A thick line of white, foamy saliva bubbled at the corner of his mouth. He was trying to form a word. His throat clicked, a dry, raspy rattle vibrating deep in his neck. He wheezed. The sound MCF quiet, barely louder than the rustle of paper. I leaned closer, my ear inches from his lips, entirely forgetting my fear in a sudden, desperate surge of hope. "What is it, sweetheart? Tell me. What do you need?" "Why?" He stopped, a violent, full-body shudder ripping through his frame. His heels dug into the mattress under the heavy wool blankets, a sudden, frantic kicking motion that lasted 2 terrible seconds before his legs went entirely limp again. His chest heaved as he fought for air, his teeth snapping shut with a sharp, sickening crack that echoed in the small room. He didn't finish the word, but he didn't need to. I backed away from the bed, my hands pressed hard against my mouth to stifle a sob. The sheer, feral panic in his eyes wasn't the look of a man suffering from depression. It was the look of a prey animal staring at the thing that was going to eat it. I needed to leave. I needed to get out of the house, just for an hour, to clear the fog out of my brain and breathe air that didn't smell like sickness and bleach. "I'm going to the store, Mark," I said, my voice sounding hollow and fake even to my own ears. "I'm going to get some more of your liquid formula. I'll be right back." He didn't blink. He just watched me move toward the door, his eyes tracking my every step with a cold, unblinking intensity that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I grabbed my car keys from the kitchen counter, the metal jingling loudly in the quiet room. I walked out the front door, slamming it shut behind me, and locked it with a heavy, definitive click. I walked down the porch steps, my boots crunching loudly on the gravel driveway, and got into my sedan. I started the engine, letting the loud mechanical rumble fill the quiet suburban air. But I didn't put the car in drive. Instead, I sat there, watching the exhaust smoke curl up into the cold morning air in my rearview mirror. A terrible dark thought had taken root in my mind, a poisonous little seed that I couldn't tear out. He thinks I'm gone. I turned off the ignition. The sudden silence wrapped around the car like a heavy blanket. I got out quietly, closing the car door, using only the tip of my finger until the latch clicked shut without a sound. I crept back up the wooden porch steps, avoiding the third step because I knew it gave a loud, structural groan when weight was applied. I unlocked the front door with agonizing slowness, turning the key millimeter by millimeter until the bolt slid back without a whisper. I stepped inside the hallway. The house felt entirely different now, heavy, expectant, and freezing cold. I took off my boots, standing in my wool socks, and began to creep down the dark hallway toward Mark's room, my heart hammering so violently against my ribs, I was certain he would hear it. I reached the edge of his doorframe. The door was cracked open just an inch, a sliver of gray light cutting across the dark hardwood of the hall. I leaned forward, pressing my eye to the gap. Through that narrow, 1-inch gap in the doorway, the world seemed to shrink down to the sharp, mechanical click hiss of the oxygen concentrator. I held my breath, the back of my throat burning with the taste of copper and swallowed panic. At first, nothing happened. Mark lay perfectly still under the heavy, dark wool blanket. The room was a tableau of static, gray misery. Then the blanket shifted. It wasn't a sudden jerk or a violent spasm. It was a slow, agonizingly deliberate swell, like something buried alive trying to reshape its shroud. From beneath the edge of the fabric, his right arm began to emerge. My breath caught in my teeth. The movement was horrific because of how much effort it took. The muscles in his forearm were completely wasted away, the skin hanging loose and gray against the bone. But it was lifting. It rose millimeter by millimeter, trembling so violently that I could hear the dry friction of his skin dragging against the plastic undersheet. It sounded like paper tearing in slow motion. His hand rose into the cold air of the bedroom. His fingers, those stiff, yellowed claws with the raw, calloused index pad, were flexing. They opened and closed, tasting the air, before reaching out toward the side of the mattress. He wasn't reaching for the shattered phone on the floor. He was reaching down, forcing his arm over the sharp edge of the wooden bed frame, his knuckles scraping against the grain until a fresh bead of dark blood welled up on his skin. He didn't even flinch. His face, visible in the sliver of gray light, was a mask of pure, agonizing concentration. His teeth were bared, stringy strings of saliva stretching between his lips as his fingers dug blindly into the narrow gap between the heavy box spring and the mattress. He was searching for something. I couldn't look anymore. The reality of what I was seeing smashed through my brain like a physical blow. He wasn't paralyzed. Not completely. He had been gaining movement back, practicing in the dark hours while I slept, hiding it from the doctors, hiding it from me. I pushed the door open. The rusted hinges didn't just squeak. They let out a sharp, metallic scream that pierced the quiet of the house. Mark's reaction was instantaneous. The sheer electric terror that flooded his face matched my own. His arm dropped like a stone, slamming against the wooden frame before disappearing beneath the blanket. He closed his eyes tightly, forcing his breathing to go shallow and ragged, trying to mimic the heavy, dead weight of the sedative. But it was too late. The illusion was shattered. I didn't say a word. I didn't cry. A strange, freezing calm washed over me, the kind of numbness that comes when you're in a car crash and everything slows down to a crawl. I walked into the room, my wool socks making no sound on the floorboards. Mark lay there, his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling in a fake, rhythmic pattern. But he was trembling. The wool blanket was vibrating with the frantic beat of his heart. I stopped at the edge of the bed. I leaned down, my face inches from his, and whispered, "I saw you, Mark." His eyes snapped open. The pretense was gone. The raw, feral hatred was back, but beneath it was a desperate, whimpering panic. I reached down to the exact spot where his fingers had been clawing. I shoved my way into the dark, tight space between the mattress and the box spring. My knuckles brushed against something cold and smooth. Plastic. I pulled it out. It was a cheap, black burner smartphone. The kind you buy at a gas station for $20. The screen was smudged with oily fingerprints and the faint, red smear of his own blood from his raw knuckles. My hand shook so violently I almost dropped it. I pressed the power button. The screen illuminated the dim room with a harsh blue glare. There were no apps installed, no games, no social media. There was only the messaging interface. I opened the drafts folder, my thumb hovering over the glass. There were dozens of them, dozens of messages, all addressed to emergency services, written over the span of months. They were typed in frantic, messy blocks of text, full of typos and missing spaces where his calloused, uncooperative finger had missed the keys. I started reading them, the words blurring before my eyes as the cold truth finally settled into my chest. I stared at the glowing blue screen, my thumb scrolling through the drafts. My mind couldn't make sense of the words at first. They looked like code. They looked like a language I didn't speak. The oldest draft was from 6 months ago. "Help me. I'm not sick anymore. My legs work. She won't let me out of the room." I blinked. The text blurred. I scrolled to the next one, dated 3 months later. Tried to walk to the kitchen last night to get water. She woke up. She screamed at me like I was a ghost. She hit me with a flashlight and forced the syringe into my mouth. "Please, someone check the house on Elm Street. I am a prisoner." My breath hitched. The words felt heavy, like lead pressing down on my chest. Elm Street. We didn't live on Elm Street. We lived in our beautiful, quiet suburban home. I looked up at Mark. He was staring at me, his eyes wide and leaking silent tears into his stubble. His jaw wasn't locked in a medical spasm. It was trembling with sheer, unadulterated terror. I looked back down at the phone. The most recent draft was from last night, typed right before he dropped the device onto the floorboards. She thinks it's 3 years ago. She thinks the accident just happened. The doctor told her last year that my spine healed, but her brain snapped from the stress. Every time I try to stand up, she thinks an intruder is breaking in. She drugs me back into the paralysis. If I don't get out today, the sedatives are going to stop my heart. Please. The phone slipped from my hand. It hit the hardwood floor with a sharp plastic clatter, the screen flickering once before going dark. The click hiss of the oxygen concentrator suddenly sounded incredibly loud, echoing in the corners of the room. I looked around. The walls weren't white anymore. They were covered in layers of peeling, yellowed wallpaper. The medical equipment in the corner was dusty, unplugged, and rusted. I looked down at my hands. They were stained with the gray, chalky residue of the pills I ground up every single morning. The mortar and pestle sat on the nightstand, surrounded by dozens of empty prescription bottles with Mark's name on them, all prescribed over a year ago. All expired. "Mark?" I whispered, my voice sounding incredibly small, like a little girl lost in a dark forest. "Sweetheart, your breakfast is getting cold." He didn't answer. He couldn't. His eyelids were already fluttering, drifting shut as the massive emergency dose of the sedative I had forced down his throat minutes ago finally took hold of his central nervous system. His wasted arm, the one he had worked so hard for months to rehabilitate in the dark, slipped off the mattress and hung limply toward the floor, his calloused index finger brushing the wood. I stood there in the freezing room for a long time, watching his chest rise and fall. Rise, fall, rise, fall. Slow, rhythmic, completely safe. A wave of intense, beautiful relief washed over me, clearing away all the panic and the paranoia of the last 2 weeks. The house felt quiet again. The stalker was gone. The intruder hadn't broken in after all. Mark was right here, right where he belonged, entirely safe under the heavy wool blankets where nothing could ever hurt him again. I walked out of the room, closing the door until the rusted hinges gave a soft, familiar squeak. I headed down the hall to the kitchen to start a fresh pot of coffee. It's almost 6 a.m. and I need to be ready. Tomorrow is a big day. I have to wake up early to take care of my husband. I've been a teacher for years now. It's some kind of unspoken rule that every year, there will always be a kid that is weird. The level and variety of weirdness vary, from benign to outright dangerous. My first year as a teacher, we had a student bring a Stanley cup filled with gasoline that he poured in the boys' bathroom toilets, and set them on fire. His reasoning? The bathrooms always smelled bad, and if the toilets were gone, they would have to remodel the whole thing. And he wasn't wrong about either of those things. He did get expelled, though, and avoided jail through what I assume was a very expensive lawyer. After that, we banned water that wasn't in clear bottles. My second year was a girl who had an odd obsession with breaking into lockers and leaving rocks inside them. The third year, we had a boy who would walk up behind people and scream into their ears when they weren't expecting it. He got punched a lot before his parents found him a good therapist. Then in my fourth year, I had a new student, Simon Lynch, who all the incoming freshmen agreed was weird. But so far, he is relatively benign. He also had some of the best grades in the school. He's helpful and kind, and even has a small group of friends he hangs out with. In class, he's an angel. The weirdness comes from the fact that he keeps talking about the god in the corner. He mentioned it in passing even to me. He talks about this god so nonchalantly that you can almost dismiss it, like it's something he saw in a movie or read about in a book. I don't think anyone gave it any mind when he started talking about it, but the thing is, he never stopped talking about it. When there was a test, he would remind the other students in the class that if they made an offering to the god in the corner, they'd pass with flying colors. And apparently the power of this god didn't stop at getting good grades. It helped with passing your driver's test, for helping you get rid of acne and lose weight and heal your dog's seizures. Nothing was too big or too small for the god in the corner. It was getting annoying, and I'd have to intervene and remind him that the classroom wasn't a good place for religious talk. "It's alright, Miss Gwyn. It's not a religion, more like a cosmic force. I don't think you can actually pray to the god in the corner. Just give it things," he said with a small smile. After that, the talk of the god went quiet. There weren't any tests coming up. Then Shannon Berber came in one day, whispering to the other students that the god in the corner was real. And even better, it worked. Shannon had always had thick glasses. She was actually legally blind, and her eyesight was predicted to only get worse. But she had listened to Simon, and faced with nothing to lose, she made an offering to the god, and it hadn't even been a lot. Apparently, the god was satisfied with whatever you gave it, as long as it was sincere and something that meant something to you. It didn't want blood or your firstborn or anything so cliché. Shannon had made it a pie, a gooseberry pie, and a framed canvas of her own artwork. It had been a watercolor she'd made in class and been particularly proud of. She had placed these things in the corner, called the god and gave it her wish, and the offerings had been taken, and her eyes had been fixed that night. It was a miracle, for lack of a better word. I had never seen Shannon so happy. Her eyes were large and lovely, a clear hazel green that I had never even been able to properly see. After that, talk of the god in the corner became more commonplace. One of the worst students in my class, Maxwell Hardy, suddenly started getting straight A's. Another girl, Emily Stillway, got a full-ride scholarship to her dream school. For some other students, they grew taller, got thinner, had better skin. Some even developed athletic abilities seemingly overnight. It was weird, and surely it was all a coincidence. It had to be. And then my boyfriend Kyle got in a car wreck. He had been driving home when another driver who was too busy texting to drive properly T-boned him at an intersection. He was lucky to be alive at all, but he was in a coma, and there was no hope of him waking up, or him even living past the end of the week. I called Simon that evening. We're not supposed to call students, but I knew where to find his personal information, and I called his cell. My heart was pounding as I dialed the numbers. "Hello?" Simon asked from the other end of the line. "Simon, it's Miss Gwyn, your teacher from school," I stammered out. "I know your voice, Miss Gwyn. I think I know why you're calling. I heard about your boyfriend. Do you want to know how to make an offering to the god in the corner?" he asked with certainty. "Yes," was all I said back. "It's easy, Miss Gwyn. All you need is a corner somewhere in your house, or any building will do. It must be dark. There must be a shadow, just enough that you can't see the corner anymore. And then you give it something. Something that's personal to you. Something that's of sentimental value. Or something you made. Even a pie will do. Did you know Ryan Blair sang a song to the god in the corner? Something he wrote himself, and now he's the best player on the basketball team," Simon said conversationally. "What do I say? What do I say to get the god to come?" I asked, my voice trembling. "You say out loud, 'This is an offering to the god in the corner.' Then you say what your wish is. And then the god takes the offering and it's all over. Oh, the most important part. Don't try to take a photo of the god or record it in any way. Or turn on the light and reveal what's in the corner. There are consequences to that, you know," Simon explained. "What happens if I do that?" I asked, fear creeping into my voice. "Well, my uncle did that once. We never saw him again. I think he might still be alive, but honestly, isn't that scarier than being dead? The dead don't suffer," Simon said so matter-of-factly that it sent a shiver down my spine. "Thank you, Simon. That's all I needed to know, I said in a rush. You're welcome, Miss Quinn. I'll see you in class, Simon said, then ended the call. I sat there for a few minutes, genuinely contemplating what I was thinking of doing. I'd already crossed a line by calling a student like I did just now. Was I really this desperate to try to give an offering to some kind of god that lived in a corner? I was. I couldn't lose my Kyle if there was even a slim possibility of saving him. But I had no idea what to offer up. I was not an artist or a musician. I could barely cook, and I wasn't sure if the god in the corner would be satisfied with scrambled eggs and mac and cheese. Then it hit me. I did have something to offer it. Something of great sentimental value. I dropped to my knees and reached under the bed, pulled out a lockbox that held the few valuables I owned, plus important documents. I opened it and pulled out an old wristwatch. It was my father's watch, and it had been my grandfather's watch before that. My dad had died when I was a teenager, and one of the few things that he had passed down to me. It was too sentimental for me to wear on a daily basis, but I would take it out occasionally to hold it and think of my dad. My heart dropped as I held it. It really was the item I treasured most in the world, but I would give it up if it meant saving someone that I loved. I looked up and locked my eyes with the corner of the bedroom farthest from the bed. The light always had a hard time reaching it. I stood up and quickly switched the ceiling light off. It plunged half the room into near darkness, and the corner itself was now completely black. I edged closer to the corner, feeling a mix of fear and hopeful anxiety. I lay the watch down at the edge of the shadow. I swallowed hard and started to speak. This is an offering to the god in the corner. Please heal my boyfriend Kyle, and make him as healthy and whole as he was before the accident, I said timidly. A few seconds passed, and lots of conflicting emotions raced through my brain. Did I need to speak louder? Maybe the offering wasn't good enough, or the more likely explanation was that this was all insane, and my student had played a vile joke on me when I wasn't in my right mind. And then the shadows shifted. I gasped, falling backwards so I was flat on my backside. Two arms emerged from the shadows. A scream caught in my throat and I clasped my hand over my mouth. The arms were long, far longer than a person's arms could possibly be. The flesh was a dark ashen gray, not black. The hands were long and the fingers delicate, almost feminine. Short, dark fingernails that glimmered sharply in the dim light caught my eye. The hands moved slowly and purposefully. They plucked the watch up and turned it to the shadow, as if a face I couldn't see was taking stock of the offering. I heard a faint murmur, a whisper that sounded pleased, and then the arms, hands, and the watch retracted into the shadows like a rock disappearing into a lake after it's thrown in. I screamed then, a small, pathetic sound as I ran from the room. I stood shaking in my living room as I tried to process what I had just seen, what I had just done. I didn't go back into the bedroom that night. I didn't need to. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, probably no more than 20 minutes, when my phone rang. It was Kyle's mom. Maddie, you need to come to the hospital right now." His mom practically screamed over the phone. "Oh God, what's happened? Is Kyle dead?" I sobbed, fearing the answer. No, he's awake and he's okay and he's asking for you," she shouted back. Kyle was healed. It was nothing short of a miracle. Kyle was being held as a medical marvel, and the doctors promised that studies would be done on him in the future. I took him home a few days later. He was the same old Kyle, though he did tease me now about why I wanted the lights on in the bedroom, and why I always stared at corners now. We got engaged not long afterwards and married. We even started our own family. Simon continued to be a good student. He graduated from high school as a valedictorian and got a full scholarship to a very prestigious university. Even that was years ago, and I see Simon's name on the news now. He started a new tech company that people are saying will be the next Tesla. In the photos I've seen him, he looks handsome, and self-assured. And it always leaves me wondering, what is the extent of the power of the god in the corner? One weekend back in October, I took a spontaneous road trip with some friends up to Fort Collins, Colorado. Both I and my closest friend David are originally from there, so when I found out he and a few others were taking a spur-of-the-minute trip up to go see some old friends at CSU, I couldn't possibly stay behind. I was getting homesick, and the same old sights around Albuquerque were getting pretty stale. The catch, however, was that I would have to take my own ride since David's car, once you counted all the people plus luggage, was pretty well at capacity. That's what happens when you're the last to find out about stuff, I guess. Oh well, it was fine. I never minded long road trips on my own. I had been previously advised by my therapist to avoid doing things like driving on my own for more than 4 hours. But I felt that if one of my favorite places in the world was at the end of it all, I could get through it just fine. Besides, I was starting to feel rather stable again. It was a long drive up, but definitely worth the travel. We got to catch up with some of our old friends, smoke a little weed, and mess around downtown for a while. Our buddy Eli, who we had both known since the 3rd grade, was cool with letting us all crash at he and his roommate's house for the couple nights we were there, so nobody had to fret about spending money on a hotel. That final morning, David and everyone else started driving back to New Mexico early when I decided to take advantage of having my own car to sleep in and go grab pizza with Eli. At about 1 that afternoon, I finally made my getaway. I knew I was kinda dragging my butt a bit, but I always liked taking in every moment that I could get. Besides, it's not like I was in a huge rush to get back to Albuquerque, even if I did have class the next day. "Thanks for coming up, dude. It was cool getting to hang out again," Eli said, pulling me in for a hug. He patted me on the back. "Hey, text me when you get back to ABQ. It's bonkers to be driving across all that desert by yourself." "No worries, man," I assured him. "I made it here. I'll make it back." He smiled, we fist bumped, and I was on my way. My first order of business before leaving FC. Getting a hold of some solid caffeine. The first few hours were a breeze. I expected I-25 to be awful through Denver, but it was surprisingly mellow. It was about the same on through Colorado Springs. But then around Pueblo is where things got dicey. The monster I'd bought back in Fort Collins was inconveniently kicking in full force by then. I was starting to get antsy. Probably would have been better off if I went without it. It was at about this point where things started to get very strange. Like my head had gone numb, and time around me was starting to slow. Things were getting very spinny. Dehydrated, I figured. The next time I stopped for gas, it probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to get some water. Just breathe and keep it together until then. Traffic was backed up for miles. Just up the road there had been a pileup caused by some sort of collision heading south. From what I could make out, it was a horrendous one as well. As I made it past the wreckage, I could see that a semi had slammed into somebody's car at around 75 miles per hour. There was hardly anything left of the car. Same likely went for its driver. Scrap metal and shattered glass littered the shoulder of the interstate. I felt eerily light, and rather sick staring at what little remained of the car. Think the caffeine was starting to give me a severe case of the jitters. Even as I passed the wreckage by about a mile, my eyes kept obsessively glancing into the rearview mirror, until the scene was far out of sight. The nervous cracks were definitely beginning to form. Night came almost instantly after I'd gone through Trinidad. Seemed as if time had completely bypassed the twilight hour. Just one moment, the sun was hanging over the mountains, then the next, it had gone black. State line wouldn't be far now. Then only about 5 hours left on the road. I was estimating. Thank God, I thought. This trek back was wearing on me a lot more than I had expected. My eyes drifted over to the fuel gauge. Little less than a quarter of a tank. Crap, I had completely spaced that. I was starting to panic and consider my options. Do I just swing back to Trinidad? No, I gotta get home. No time to waste turning around. The next town won't be far. It wouldn't be for another 15 miles before I saw the yellowy lighting on the billboard. Cheap gas, great snacks. World's best jerky. Swing on in and fill her up. At Driscoll's Service Station. Exit 1B. Pigeon Ditch, New Mexico. Pigeon Ditch, huh? Like a name that would stand out to me, but I had zero recollection of it from the drive up. Who the hell was elected to name that town? I thought to myself. The hell with it. The place could be named anything for all I cared. I just needed some gas. It's not like any better option was going to present itself. I took the exit onto the cracked and eroded asphalt. Relief starting to set in. By the time I pulled into town, it was close to midnight. It looked like something straight out of the Andy Griffith Show. Very pristine 1950s type architecture. It was all kept up very nicely. Not hardly any rot, grime, or wear on any of the buildings. It was a really interesting and charming little town, but there was one thing about it that struck me as a little strange. Not a single car on the street. None even parked in the driveways. It was just still. Lifeless. I started figuring the town was probably just made up of old folks who'd rather not bother with vehicle ownership anymore. A pathetic attempt at rationalization. After a while, I had finally found the Driscoll station. 50 cents for regular, 75 cents for unleaded. Wow, when they said cheap, they weren't kidding. I said to myself, how could that even be possible in this century? I pulled up to the pump and hopped out, pulling my wallet from my back pocket. As I drew out my credit card, the sound of thunder echoed in the distance. I turned to see a massive surge of thunderheads accumulating over the mountains, an electric purple sheet of lightning pulsating through them. Great, I thought. Of course it would storm on me. I slipped my credit card into the slot and waited. The screen read, "Card read error. Please see attendant." All of my hopefulness dropped in a millisecond. I turned to look at the convenience store. Pitch black. Of course it would be. It was midnight in the middle of nowhere. Okay, probably just a bad read, I thought. Just try it again. Card read error. Please see attendant. Crap, I said aloud. The thunder bounded across the sky, closer this time. I tried another card. This time my debit. I slid it into the slot and prayed it went through. All to no avail. Card read error. Please see attendant. Crap, I exclaimed through my teeth. I wadded up my fist and smacked the machine. I attempted to talk myself down. Okay. Just chill. We're good. Let's just try the other pumps. I did so. Every single pump, using each card. No luck. My heart started beating 100 miles a minute. My car was on fumes at this point. I wondered, do I dare seek out another gas station in town? Besides sleeping in my car and waiting for an attendant to show up at the crack of dawn, what other choice do I have? Thunder cracked. The storm grew closer. I got in the Taurus and started to navigate towards Main Street. The further I went in, the more unnerved I got. The place was an absolute ghost town. Sure, it was past midnight, but there had to be somebody out doing something somewhere. No drunks at the bars, no vagrants sleeping on the park benches, no pimply-faced teenagers getting off their late-night shift. Just what the hell is going on with this place? Down at the far end of the street, I saw my salvation at last. Dimly lit, but still my final hope, sat another Driscoll station. Clearly whoever the Driscolls were, they had really cornered the market on service stations in this town. I pulled in and drove up to one of the pumps. The wind was picking up, the intense purple flashes of light coursing through the sky. I eyed the machine for what felt like several minutes before finally taking out my card. I inserted it into the slot and waited. The machine thought. It beeped, then paused for a few minutes. The verdict? Card read error. Please see attendant. I lost it. I cried out. I screamed and I kicked and punched at the diabolical piece of crap metal and plastic rectangle that was making my life needlessly hard. The wind howled over me, and the large crack of thunder was deafening. I just want to go home, I shouted. I collapsed to my knees, sobbing. That's all I want, is to go home. I knelt there crying and cursing for a good solid 20 minutes. I expected someone to call in a noise complaint eventually, but no cop, nor anyone for that matter, came to check on me. The storm had picked up and raged on. When my eyes had finally dried and crusted over from the excess tears, I looked over to see a diner completely lit from the inside. Was that like that when I got here? I wondered. Maybe my focus was so honed in on the gas station that I hadn't even noticed. I got to my feet and walked over to it. No sense in moving the car. I pushed the door open and looked around. Not a soul to be seen or heard. Shocker. Nevertheless, it was still a welcome refuge from the weather. For some odd reason, they were playing some sort of piano music on the speakers, like ragtime or something similar. Weird choice given the whole 50s aesthetic, but nothing too unusual, I guess. I looked at the hostess stand. A sign read in delicately hand-painted text. Please seat yourself. I looked up to see back into the kitchen. Nope, no one. Not a clang of a skillet or sizzling of a fryer. Only sound to be heard was the bubbling of a fresh pot of coffee and the tinny emitting of plink, plink, plink. Well, I thought. Might as well go and sit down. I thought I'd only been sitting for about 5 minutes when I looked back and the clock said it was already 3 a.m. I sank in my seat. I could have been asleep in my dorm by now. I was thinking. From the corner of my eye, I detected some new shape. A dark shape. I tilted my head a bit further to see what my peripheries were sensing. It was a man hunched over at the counter with his back to me. A weathered black bomber jacket was draped over his scrawny frame. A filthy trucker hat perched crookedly on top of his head. I heard no one come in, not a sound aside from the coffee pot or the faint music. How long had he been sitting there? Christ, you'd think I would have been excited to finally see another human being in this place. But his stillness deeply unnerved me. Then, with a knowing sense, he turned to me with cold yet placid eyes. His face was long, leathery, and gaunt. His large, beak-like nose cast a triangular shadow over his glassy left eye. For a while there was nothing. He just stared at me, and I back at him. At last he offered me a nod. I forced a crooked smile and nodded back. Not quite knowing how to follow it up, I glanced around the place and said, "Guess it's a little slow tonight, huh?" I wheezed a weak and awkward laugh. He stared at me for a moment longer, shrugged, and then turned back around. Well, that was at least an attempt at conversation. I was still too shaken up to be discouraged by a little cold shoulder from this stranger. I turned back in my seat as well and stared out into the blackness. Every now and again, I'd feel compelled to stare at the man's reflection in the window, looking like an oil painting. And then, there was just me in the midground, tired, strung out, and helpless. The longer I stared at myself, the more entrenched I got in my own thoughts. Is this me now? Will help ever come? Will I ever see my family or friends ever again? Am I gonna die here? Will this weird little town be my final memory? Just then it occurred to me. I'll just call David and he could come up to get me. It'd be a pain in the butt for him to drive up all the way from Albuquerque, and he'd most likely be a little annoyed, but once he understood the situation, surely he would understand. I dug out my phone and started to call him. Of course, he would definitely be asleep by now, but if I left him a message, he would certainly respond the moment he heard it. I sat with the phone pressed up against my face, waiting. for anything. There wasn't even a dial tone, just the fizzing and cracking of static, like the quiet from an old record player. I looked at my phone. David's name was displayed along with the phone's empty promise, calling underneath it. I held it back up to my ear, and for literally any sound, there was none. I clenched my eyes in panic and frustration. I tried to breathe through it. One shaky breath in, one shaky breath out, and repeat. When I opened my eyes, I looked to the window. There I was in my booth trying to make a call. There the man was, standing, facing me, closer. Jesus Christ, he was right next to me. I jolted and turned to face him, the shock sending my whole body cold for the flash of a moment. I dropped my phone and bounced off the seat and onto the floor beneath the table. The man didn't budge at all. He just stared down at me. He held one cup of coffee in each of his white, veiny hands. He shook his head as he sat one of the cups in front of me. "Those never work too well out here," he croaked. He took his cup and sat down opposite of me. I stared at him pinned back in my seat, still reeling with shock. I stared down at the coffee he'd just given me. "Thanks, man, but I think I've had plenty of caffeine." "I figured," he said. "That's why it's decaf. It's always nice to have a strong, warm drink, to ease your nerves." I looked down at it, still showing leeriness. No way in hell was I going to drink whatever this random guy just gave me. He raised his hand. "But you won't hurt my feelings none if you decide you won't take it." He gave me a weary smile and took a sip of his own. He squinted at me with his sagely eyes. "Seems like you're having a rather difficult night, my friend." I uttered a dry laugh. "Yeah, sure. Something like that." "I'm sorry to hear that." He reached into his jacket. My defensive nerves kicked in and I shifted in my seat. He looked at me, at first puzzled, then amused. He had a plastic packet of something half drawn from his pocket. "Just wanted to see if you'd like a little jerky. Best in the world." He snickered. He took out a generous piece and offered it to me. I eyeballed it, uncertain. He nodded and broke off half from the same piece. "Here, I'll eat mine first if that makes you feel better." He popped his half in his mouth and chewed it, grinning. "Best in the world." I watched then, finally obliged him, taking the other half. I held it part way to my mouth, still hesitant. I sighed and finally ate it. He nodded. "Good, ain't it?" To my surprise, it actually was. It tasted savory and tender, unlike any sort of jerky, or really anything I've had before. "That is good," I proclaimed. "Very good. Where did you get this stuff?" He jerked his thumb back behind him, towards the Driscoll station. "The billboards don't lie, son," he said, smirking. I pondered for a moment, then I remembered. No, I guess not. What's with the Driscolls here, by the way? I don't think I've ever seen one anywhere else. He shook his head. "You wouldn't. They're strictly local." "Oh," I said, growing a bit more uncomfortable with this stranger. "Any particular reason why they don't like credit cards?" He stared at me again. He then looked down at the table as if searching for a good answer. He sighed. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm afraid I'm pretty new to all this business, or whatever you'd want to call it." I raised my brow at him. "What do you mean?" "Well," he sighed. "Gotta think of a delicate way to put this. See, I was sent to help you get out of here, and where you need to be." I frowned. What the hell was he talking about? Who sent him? AAA? I don't understand. You're saying you are here to help me get back to Albuquerque? He hung his head. "That's what I was afraid of. You don't know what's going on here, do you?" I was starting to feel severely unnerved again. My heart started thumping in my chest so hard it felt like it was bouncing off my rib cage. I just stared back at him, waiting for an elaboration. "All right," he said. Now, before I tell you this, I want you to take about 3 good, deep breaths, because this is going to be a bit overwhelming. He held up his hand. Ready? I nodded a bit reluctantly. He raised his hand and drew in a breath, implying I do the same. I followed his lead, inhaling as deep into my belly as I possibly could. His hand stopped right next to his face, and he began lowering it, exhaling. I did the same. As promised, we repeated this exercise twice before he nodded, satisfied. He then crossed his arms in front of him on the table, anchoring himself in place as he leaned forward, looking me dead in the eyes. You're not where you think you are right now. You're actually... He paused and considered for a moment. Well, essentially you're dead. I sat in stillness, my confused frown sinking even deeper. He continued. Your consciousness is right here, right now, but your body's strapped to a stretcher in the back of an ambulance on its way to a hospital. I kept my frown pointed right at him. I don't think I blinked or broke eye contact for a solid 5 minutes. The only response that felt natural was to just laugh at him. He had to be messing with me after all. Weird and as morbid of a joke as it was. So that's what I did. I laughed. All the while his face remained stern. Yeah, I know, he said. Sounds a little Looney Tunes, don't it? I nodded. Yeah, dude, just a little Looney Tunes. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but it's the truth. And the more time we piss away chatting about it here, is more time we lose getting you out. I'm telling you this because we don't have too much longer. Too much longer before what? I asked in a sardonic tone. A plague of locusts? Raining frogs? He looked down and shook his head sadly. Oh, God almighty. You're gonna want me to convince you somehow, aren't you? My smirk disappeared. Well, he went on, sitting back in his seat and crossing his arms. Which should it be, Spud? You want to see a plague of locusts or raining frogs? The way he said it was off-putting. I knew he had to have been crazy to begin with, whether he was messing with me or not, but the confidence he delivered this threat with seemed so sincere that I couldn't help but feel he believed he could make it rain frogs by simply snapping his fingers. He just sat back awaiting my response with raised eyebrows. You know, it'd be one hell of a mess, but I could even make it do both if that'd please you, he added. I stared at him, my nerves starting to grow weaker and weaker by the second. I simply had no response. He finally shrugged. Alright, what color do you want the frogs to be? At that, I jumped straight up out of my seat and headed for the door, leaving him to sit there alone in the booth. I pointed to him with a shivering finger. Don't follow me, you're crazy. He just stayed in his seat. A look of mild but unsurprised disappointment on his face. Before I was out the door, I heard him shout, That's fine. Guess I'll just choose myself. The words struck me in the back of my head, but I didn't dare turn to answer. Just flew out the door. There in the lot sat an old tow truck with Driscoll's Towing painted elegantly on the driver's side door. Had to be his. I pondered the coincidence of the name Driscoll, but my feet were insistent on leading me back to my car. Back to safety. I got in, slamming the door behind me. I sat there for a few minutes trying to keep myself from hyperventilating. I dug out my keys while glancing over my shoulder. My nervous and twitching hands failed me as I attempted to put the keys in the ignition, dropping them on the floorboard instead. "Aw, man," I exclaimed. Without hesitation, I dove into the dark after them. I pawed at the carpet with mad determination. When my fingers had finally grazed the keys, thunk, something had hit the hood of my car. I froze. I closed my eyes. A horrifying assumption was creeping upon me. No, I thought. You're tired and you're stressed out, and you're imagining things. It's not what you think it is. I slowly lifted my head, clutching the keys in my fist. When I opened my eyes and peered over the steering wheel, I saw the two blinking, beady black eyes of a frog staring right back at me. He was electric blue with black spots. My brain was swimming. It was just a tiny, harmless amphibian, but my mind could not handle what was right in front of me. Just as I was having a hard enough time grappling with the presence of one frog, thunk, another one of the exact same coloration landed on my windshield, right in front of my face. Oh, Jesus! I let out uncontrollably. Another moment longer, thunk, another frog, followed by another, and then another, and then another. Christ, save me from this incredibly stupid thing I'm about to type. It was raining frogs. Reality as I knew it was folding completely in on itself. As I sat staring out at the bizarre and unexplainable downpour, a voice rang out with gravelly enthusiasm from the passenger seat. I always liked blue for some reason. It was him. Used to have a car that exact shade. He gestured to the frogs. I pinned myself back against the door. He held his hand up. No, please don't go running off again. I'm tired and, as I've mentioned before, we're low on time. Who are you? I demanded. Are you the devil or something like that? He let loose a cool laugh. Aw, the hell with the devil. I ain't no devil. I'm here to take you across plains, you understand? He clapped his hands together, and in an instant the frogs had all disappeared. I tried to slow my breathing as I leered at him. What do you mean by that? I asked. Very calmly he elaborated. I'm transporting you from the land of the living to your soul's place of eternal rest. That clear and purty enough for you? I squinted. So what? You're taking me to heaven? There's tons of names for it, but that suits it fine. If you'd like. Yes, I'm here to take you to heaven. He was starting to get annoyed. I looked around, still trying to get a grip on everything that was happening around me. I looked again at the stranger. How do I know you're not something else? He shrugged. Well, I got no reason to lie to you. Death is death, son. I sized him up again. And what if I don't go with you? You don't want to do that. Trust me, he said grimly. If you just stay here, the darkness will swallow you whole. You'll be stuck in a state of eternal misery, lost and lonely, scouring a plain of anger and sadness until the very end of time. And you can forget about finding a way out. There is none. Right now's the only chance you got. Now let's please get a move on, huh? I stared out ahead. I didn't know what to believe. I couldn't fathom the thought of being dead. I just couldn't. I was just a kid. I'd just started my freshman year of college. I had so much I wanted to do still. I wanted to see my friends and family again. I didn't want to be dead. I looked at the stranger in my passenger seat. Hey, I'm sorry. What's your name? He sat back and glared at me as if it should have been obvious. Driscoll. Come on. Hell, I put it up everywhere. Figured you could have made the connection by now. Yeah, my mistake, I guess, I said. Well, Driscoll, I don't suspect there'd be a possible third option here, would there? He began to roll his eyes and shake his head at me. If I've gone over this with one, I've gone over it with everybody. No, you cannot come back to life. Highly unadvisable. Unadvisable? I leaned forward. As in, it can be done. He stared at me, caught and somewhat embarrassed. I did not say that. Whatever it is, I have to at least try. I insisted. He immediately countered me. Ain't worth the risk. Look, Driscoll, please, man. I was desperate and close to tears. You gotta tell me how to get back. I don't want to be dead. I'm only 19. There's so much I want to see and do still. Please, help me. He narrowed his eyes at me, then turned to stare straight ahead. He sat there mulling it over for a moment before finally sighing. Okay, but I'm warning you. What I'm about to say is not nearly as easy as it's gonna sound. If you really want to appeal your fate, you gotta get out of town. Go back the way you came. I stared at him and repeated. Back the way I came? But the path will be different. Your mind is already on its way out. Therefore, your memory will have a very difficult time comprehending what's actually what, and where it really needs to go. If you can't find your way out in time, that's it. You're stuck forever. I weighed my odds. I looked out at the street and remapped the route I took to get here in my head. My hands tightened around the wheel. I nodded. It's still my mind. I can get there. Driscoll gave me an uncertain look. That's been the attitude of most guys who didn't quite make it. But I will. I put the keys in the ignition and started the engine. I swung the car back out onto the street, pointed in the direction from where I had approached earlier. Resigned, Driscoll turned to face me. You sure? This is what you want to do then? I looked back at him. A ray of white light shone behind us. He pointed to it. It's not too late. I looked over my shoulder to see what looked like a split opening placed perfectly on the horizon. The white light pouring through in alluring rays, like the most intense sunrise you could imagine. I stared into it for a bit longer, wondering if I was making the right choice, but no. I knew what I had to do. I had to at least try. I looked at Driscoll and nodded. This is what I want to do. He gave me a nod. Best of luck then. I cracked a smile at him. Guess I'll see you when I'm older. He laughed and patted me firmly on the shoulder. Then he was gone. The light had vanished. I drove the Taurus down the desolate streets. A neon violet lightning started to crack and ripple throughout the atmosphere. I kept my breathing as steady as I could manage. My eyes darted back and forth in the darkness. Driscoll was right. The buildings down Main Street had taken on different forms. What were once unkept and familiar-looking establishments were now tall, gangly, distorted caricatures of what they used to be, like something from a surrealist nightmare. They all stretched up and loomed over me, their frames moaning, creaking, and snapping as the windows gazed down at me like plate glass eyes. I stomped on the accelerator, trying desperately to blaze through the decaying insanity, but it was as if it had no end. It was like being on a treadmill. I found the turnoff just towards the first Driscoll station I'd encountered. I could see it in the distance, writhing and heaving and bending down to the rupturing soil like a flower wilting and dying in suspended animation. It was all too much to behold, but I knew now that I was close to entering the outer reaches of town from where I'd come in. I clutched the steering wheel in preparation for the upcoming turn. When I finally got close enough to see where I anticipated it would be, I found a dead end leading to nothing but pure darkness. The brakes screeched as I pounded on them with both feet. The car skidded forward before coming to a complete stop. I rolled down the window and stuck my head out, making sure what I was seeing was correct. I thought, what now? The black-inked sky set forth a long, forceful groan that echoed over the twisted, nightmarish landscape like thunder. My confidence was beginning to crumble. It was still my mind, yes, but it was beginning to work against me. I sat back in my seat and backed the car around. I had to find an alternate route. Heading back the other way, I scoured for connecting streets that could possibly serve as a path, gearing me back towards consciousness. No luck. By this time, it was a straight shot in both directions, leading to dead ends. I was beginning to panic again. There was no way out. Everything around me, that was me. Me quickly deteriorating. A strange feeling began to overtake me. It was growing more and more apparent that I was never going to make it out of here. And I was angry. Not just angry, but determined. Determined to break out by any means possible. If I had to bend heaven and earth to do it. I swung the car back around and pointed it towards the east edge of town, where I knew I came from. The ground quaked beneath me. A mad whirlwind was beginning to swirl over the disfigured structures. I looked down at the fuel gauge, the needle just barely touching empty. I put my focus back on the end of the road. I drew in one final breath and stomped on the gas. The engine revved as the car barreled towards the black mass of nothing. It was about then I felt myself begin to let go. Once it picked up top speed and leapt straight ahead into the darkness, I could feel myself being flung through the windshield. I never touched down. I just hung in the air in suspended motion. Zero gravity. Nothing around me but blackness. Nothing more to be heard. I stayed in this state for what felt like 5 minutes, before a blinding light cascaded over me. It was jarring, like staring straight into an explosion. I winced and turned my head away, the intensity too much to stand. Then there was a sound echoing, a high-pitched beeping. It was consistent, almost rhythmic. After a moment or two, it started to become more familiar. It was a heart monitor. A voice echoed over me. "We have movement." I was alive. I stared in disbelief as my hands began to shake so hard, I almost dropped the test. 2 pink lines. "Sam, we did it. We finally did it. We're going to be parents." I screamed with joy. We had been trying for over 6 years. 6 years of tears and heartbreak. 6 years of seeing those around us start their own families, leaving us behind. And now, after all this time, it was finally our turn. The pregnancy was relatively easy. Minimal morning sickness, minimal weight gain. It was truly every woman's dream. As the 9 months of anticipation and anxiety were drawing to a close, our excitement grew. We finished up all our last-minute projects, from building the crib and decorating the nursery, to packing our bags and installing the car seat in place. We had taken all the classes, read all the books, and bought every single one of the little gadgets marketed to new parents. We were ready to bring our baby home. In the early hours of March 13th, Damien Michael entered the world. He let out a loud cry, as if he were claiming victory over the 6-year war we had fought. Our little family was finally complete. After cleaning him off, the nurses brought our baby boy back over to us. "He's beautiful, Liz. He even has your blue eyes," Sam said, with tears filling his own. I replied, "He's perfect. Absolutely perfect." Our hearts felt so full of love, they could burst. For hours upon hours, we just stared at him in awe. We obsessed over every detail, from his cute little chunky cheeks and baby soft skin to his little fingers and toes. I marveled at this bundle of joy lying before us, sleeping without a care in the world. Even though today marked the first day of our lives together, I didn't feel like I was staring at a stranger. It felt as though we knew each other, like I had known him my whole life. We quickly traded our infatuation for exhaustion. The reality of having a newborn set in quickly. The first 6 weeks were rough. I hadn't slept or showered in what felt like years. Naps were pointless. When I was actually able to rest, I would wake up feeling even more sluggish than before. Chores were neglected. Filth gathered in all corners of the house. Burp cloths, dirty diapers, and takeout boxes all piled together. Eventually, though, we started to get the hang of this parenting thing. The mountains of dirty diapers and laundry disappeared. Entire populations of dust bunnies were decimated, and I started smelling more like cherry blossom soap and less like a sweaty cow. For a while, we had peace. It was little things at first. Some nights the baby monitor would just show static or make weird noises like unintelligible whispers. Other nights, I would open the door to his nursery, and it seemed as though the shadows fled from view, huddled together in a corner out of sight. Then it escalated. For a few nights in a row, toys that Damien wasn't old enough to play with would be out of place. At first, they would be scattered around the nursery floor. I would pick them up and hide them away, hoping to fool whatever invisible force was moving them. I had no luck, though. The next day, after I managed to get Damien down for a nap, I tiptoed out and quietly closed the door. I was met with an obstacle course of building blocks. Blocks that weren't there when I entered the room. The following night, at 2 a.m., I woke up to find a stuffed teddy bear positioned upright at the end of the bed, the lifeless plastic eyes looking directly at me. I really need whatever it is going on to stop. I sighed with exasperation. I threw a blanket over my head and prayed sleep would come to me once more. I tried to explain these things away, to rationalize them in my head so that I could sleep easier at night. Maybe Sam was just trying to mess with me. Maybe I was just so sleep-deprived that I was having lapses in memory. I settled on the latter explanation. But much like a rubber band, it could only stretch so far before it snapped. One evening, after what felt like an eternity, Damien was finally asleep. Despite my desire to jump into bed and call it a day, chores still had to be done. I looked at the clock. 9:46 p.m. I guess Sam must be working late, I muttered to myself. I propped up the baby monitor and started on the dishes. They felt never-ending. I was trapped in a purgatory of suds and dirty dishwater. Scrub, rinse, repeat. I checked the clock again, thinking surely hours must have passed. 10:07 p.m. Maybe I should just head to bed and finish this up tomorrow, I said, feeling defeated. I dried off my hands and picked up the baby monitor. That's when I noticed that it kept on cutting to static, despite showing full bars on the screen. This is what happens when you go for the cheapest option, I sighed, smacking the side of the monitor. I must have broken it because then the audio went dead. I smacked it again, hoping for a better result, and when the audio came back to life, it began to emit an eerie lullaby. That's weird. I know I didn't turn on the sound machine. Trying to brush off the feeling of unease, I turned the kitchen light off as I headed towards the hallway. I didn't make it 3 steps before the light flicked back on, then off. On, off, on, off. Before I could decide what to do, the living room light started to do the same thing. On, off, on, off. Every single light in the house soon joined in on this cruel joke. Pop. I tried flicking them back on. No luck. Hello? Nothing. I was entirely alone. I tried to carefully make it out of the kitchen, using the light from the baby monitor to guide my way. Hello? Hello? I stopped in my tracks. The voice was coming from the monitor. The voice that replied was my own. Slowly, I turned the monitor over, hands shaking. There he was. Damien. The baby who could barely hold up his head was holding on to the wooden slats of the crib. He looked directly into the camera, directly into my soul. Frightened, I dropped the monitor onto the ground, sending the house into darkness. The sound echoed down the hallway, followed by cries not long after. When I picked it up, he was lying in bed, as though nothing had happened. I desperately need to sleep. I entered the nursery and scooped him up out of bed, heart still racing from earlier events. I sat in the rocking chair and looked around. Nothing was out of the ordinary. The sound machine was off, nightlight on, no mysteriously placed toys. You need to get a grip, Liz. You're a mother now. You must be brave. I tried to calm myself as we rocked back and forth. I pulled Damien close and whispered in his ear. It's okay, baby. Mama's here. You're safe. We rocked some more in peace and quiet, both of us fighting off sleep. Breaking the silence, something whispered. But you aren't. My heart stopped. I couldn't breathe. The voice was coming from the bundle in my arms. Fighting the urge to run, I forced myself to look at Damien. He was quietly sleeping, his chest rhythmically rising and falling. Of course it didn't come from him. He's just a baby. Geez, Liz, you really need sleep, I said to myself, not exactly helping my case. I stared off into space, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. I'm not a particularly superstitious person, but it was hard to find a logical explanation for everything. Was there a power surge? No, the nightlight was unharmed by whatever happened. What about what I saw? What I heard? I had no clue how to even begin to comprehend that. breaking me from my trance, I heard the front door creak open. Sam's home. Thank God. After carefully laying Damien down in his crib, I tiptoed out and closed the door. I needed to tell Sam everything that happened. Before he could fully make it through the door, I relayed everything that had just happened in a single breath. Whoa, slow down, babe. What's going on? Something's not right, Sam. First the lights, then the voice. Something's going on and it's really scaring me. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with the lights, he said. Reaching out, he flipped on the kitchen light. The light bulb glowed as it illuminated the room, with a gentle hum that seemed to mock me. But they were going off on their own, I swear. Well, they're working now, Sam said, gently kissing my forehead. We walked to the nursery so Sam could see Damien before bed. Quietly sneaking in, he walked over to the crib and whispered goodnight. See, Sam said, walking out. There's nobody there, Liz. As we walked back to our room, I felt foolish, like a kid making their dad look under the bed for monsters. I could have sworn I heard a voice in there. Sam broke me from my thoughts. Is everything okay, babe? I'm a little worried for you. Yeah, I'm fine. I guess I'm just exhausted. It's nothing, really. He sighed. Okay, if you say so. I could tell he didn't entirely believe the excuse I gave him, but he didn't push. He kissed me goodnight and turned off the lights. I could hear him snore as I was ruminating over everything that happened in the last few hours. I couldn't explain things away anymore. I was at a loss. I know I heard a voice tell me I wasn't safe. I know I saw Damien standing in his room. All the weird stuff that had been happening, it started when we brought Damien home. I couldn't tell Sam the truth. I couldn't tell anyone the truth. If they knew, they would think I really was going crazy. I had to find some way to prove I wasn't just imagining things. I tried to quiet my mind and go to sleep. When I awoke, Sam had already left for work. I wanted to push the events of the night before out of my mind, but I wasn't having much success. It was all I could think about. I laid in bed and tried to brainstorm ways to come up with proof. Maybe I could record the monitor, or start taking pictures when things are out of place. I thought. All I wanted is for someone to believe me. I looked for answers on Reddit for over an hour, but my searches brought up nothing. I swung my legs off the bed and stood up. I reached for the door handle but paused when I noticed light shifting under the door. There was something, or someone, waiting for me on the other side. Unsure of what to do, I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would go away. Mama? I see you, Mama. This can't be happening. This isn't real. I held my eyes closed so tightly that my eyelids started to ache. Why are your eyes shut, Mama? Are we playing hide and seek? It said in a sweet, innocent sort of way. I don't think I want to play with you right now, I said. I attempted to sound confident, but my voice betrayed me. But I want to play now. I'll hide first, the voice said in an angry growl. As the shadow disappeared, I heard skittering across the hardwood floor. My heart pounded so loud. It felt like each beat shook the room. Cold sweat droplets formed on my head. I felt dizzy. I needed to find Damien. I needed to know the truth. Was all of this really his fault? Surely it couldn't be. Unless that thing wasn't my baby. Could a monster have really taken Damien and replaced him? If that was true, that meant my son was out there somewhere, all alone. I had to find my baby. I needed to know the truth. Still terrified, I slowly opened the door. I knew I had to get to the nursery to see if Damien was still in his crib. That would give me the answer I was searching for. I tried to creep down the hallway, having to remind myself to breathe. I was close. I could feel it. I would finally have my answer about the voices, the toys, the baby monitor. Everything. I opened the door and to my surprise, Damien was awake in his crib just staring at the ceiling. Thank God it's not you, I said, with a small sigh of relief. I'm not sure what outcome would have been better. On the one hand, this meant something else was responsible for all the supernatural occurrences. On the other hand, at least I still had my baby boy. I stared at him, admiring my creation, my little lighthouse in this dark sea of torment. That's when I saw them. His eyes, staring back at me, were two hazel-colored eyes. My stomach turned. I felt like I was going to be sick. No, this can't be. Damien always had blue eyes. I cautiously walked away from the crib. I didn't want to agitate whatever creature had replaced my baby. I don't know what you did with my son, but I will find him. I know the truth now, I whispered. I needed to get out of there. Slowly his head turned. Those two soulless hazel eyes were now locked onto me, its face cold and expressionless as it watched me sneak out of the room. I sprinted to the living room, trying to be as far away from the nursery as possible. "Pick up, Sam, pick up," I said desperately. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. "Please leave your message." I redialed. After the fourth try, Sam finally picked up. "Liz, is everything okay? You don't normally call me when I'm at work." "No, Sam, nothing is okay. I need you to come home right now. Whatever this thing is in our house, it's not Damien. I have proof," I said in a harsh whisper, praying it didn't hear me. "I can't come home just yet. I'm sure everything is fine, Liz. Just keep an eye on Damien until I get back," he replied with worry in his voice. "That thing is not Damien. What don't you understand? Why don't you believe me?" He sighed. "It's not that I don't want to believe you, babe, but do you hear yourself? What you're saying really seems like a stretch." "You think I don't know how all this sounds, Sam? Do you think I'm making this up just for fun?" I said, choking on my emotions. "Its eyes, they're different, Sam. They're hazel. Damien's eyes were blue." He was quiet on the other line for a moment, seeming to gather his thoughts. "Liz, I think we need to talk to someone. Maybe a counselor or a therapist or something. You're really starting to worry me." "What about his eyes?" "Babe, don't you remember from the books? All babies start out with blue eyes. He's just starting to develop his true eye color. Look, I will tell my boss that I need to get off early and see what I can do. Just please don't do anything stupid. I don't want you to hurt yourself or Damien. Promise me." I had never heard this tone from Sam before. He sounded nervous, not afraid of what I said being the truth, but rather afraid of me. Afraid I would hurt our baby boy. "I promise, Sam. You know I would never hurt Damien. Just please come home quickly." "I'll try." After hanging up the phone, I plopped down on the couch, staring off in the distance. No one believed me. I was all alone. I held my head in my hands. I just wanted all of this to go away. Why me? Why did the universe decide to give us an angel, just to replace him with this creature? This demon. All I wanted was to have Damien back. "Get it together. You have to figure this out. You have to find your son." I got up off the couch and started pacing around the living room. I had to think. Whatever this thing is, it chose to replace my son. That meant it was probably safe to assume it was hiding its real identity. I just needed to find a way to show Sam. I knew what I had to do. I had to cause hurt. It's hard to keep up an act when you're bleeding out. I thought back to my call with Sam. I thought back to his plea and my promise. I meant what I said. I would never, ever hurt Damien. But that thing mocking me, wearing my son's face and mimicking his cries, I had to kill it. I went to the kitchen in search of something I could use as a weapon. I'm not sure what I needed to kill a creature like the one lying in the crib, but I prayed my sharpest knife would do the trick. I held the knife up, looking at myself in the reflection. My eyes were sunken into my face, cradled by dark circles. My face so pale, it was as if it were translucent. The highways of veins visible just beneath the surface. I looked frail and weak, like the life had been sucked out of me. This monster not only took my baby, but it was trying to take me as well. I refused to let that happen. I had to end this. I crept down the hallway, holding the knife so tightly my knuckles turned white. Deep breath. This is it. Just kill it and then everything can go back to normal. I grabbed the door to the nursery, throwing it wide open. The crib was empty. It was on to me. I searched the nursery high and low, my heart slowly climbing its way into my throat. "Where are you?" I shouted. "I know you're not my son." No response. The house was completely quiet, but I knew I wasn't alone. I made my way to the living room. When it started to laugh, the sound made my skin crawl. What had started as a baby's laugh slowly turned into a deep, raspy chuckle. I stood scanning my surroundings and trying to hold the knife with all the confidence I could muster. "I won't let you do this any longer," I shouted. It appeared in the doorway. Despite the fact it stood no more than 3 feet tall, the sight sent fear throughout my body. It still looked like Damien, but it stood like a puppet. Little arms hung to the side unnaturally. Chunky little legs bent in ways that should be impossible to support any weight. Its head rested on its shoulder, drool pouring out of its mouth. "After I kill you, I will find my son." Its mouth curled into a grin too big for its face and let out a laugh. "If there's anything left for you to find." My knees felt weak. "Did you kill him?" I said, my voice faltering. "I can't tell you. It's a secret." It giggled in response. Out of nowhere, its little body began to twitch. Fast. It jerked its head around so hard I half expected it to tear right off and fall on the floor. I watched in horror as needle-like teeth began to poke through its soft, pink gums. Its bones started to crack and bend, creating unimaginable angles and shapes. Pieces stuck through the skin everywhere, creating a puddle of drool and blood. They would take on a new form before breaking again, the sound making me feel sick to my stomach. It was almost touching the ceiling. Its 10 little fingers and toes grew longer and longer, turning into razor-sharp claws. The skin of its previous form was too small to withstand its transformation. I heard the flesh pop and rip, revealing organs that squirmed like maggots. It began to patch itself back together with skin that came in all different shapes and colors. Is that the skin of all the people he imitated before Damien? I shuddered at the thought. I beheld the atrocity standing in the doorway, coming to the realization I was very unprepared to attack what was in front of me. At most, I would be lucky to survive. Before I had time to think, it swung at me, throwing me into the wall. I dropped the knife as I cried out. The impact sent pain ricocheting throughout my body and evicted the air from my lungs. Fumbling around, I tried to grab the knife as it charged at me again. I had just managed to wrap my fingers around the handle when it pinned me down. I could feel a claw sinking deeper and deeper into my shoulder. It held up my arm and sliced it with surgical precision, slitting my wrist. I managed to reach up and stab its abdomen, a trickle of black liquid pouring out. It didn't seem to faze it, though. I tried again and again, but the warm fluid made it difficult to keep a grip on the knife. It grabbed a fistful of my hair and dragged me into the kitchen. "Let me go," I screamed. "I can forget this ever happened, and you can keep playing pretend." Tears filled my eyes. It said nothing as it began to examine our utensils. Instead of choosing a sharp steak knife, it picked up a spoon. It admired its choice before lifting me up to meet its gaze. I screamed and thrashed as it slowly moved the edge of the spoon to my eye. My mind was racing. Is this how I die? Is this the end? I held my eyes shut as tightly as possible, knowing it wouldn't stop the inevitable. I prayed that Sam would find Damien after I died. If he was truly gone, though, at least we were about to be reunited. A car door slammed shut. I dropped to the ground. "Sam, help me!" I screamed, hoping he would hear me. He threw open the door, taking in the scene. Color drained from his face. The living room and kitchen had splintered wood and broken picture frames littering the floor. Blood was spilled everywhere, most of it my own. He ran over to me and grabbed a dish towel, trying to put pressure on my wound. Liz, what happened? Where's Damien? He got up with a sense of urgency and started to search the kitchen. Thank God you're home, I said, trying to catch my breath. I was right. That thing replaced Damien. We have to find him. What thing? Liz, where is our son? Sam said. He was rummaging through cabinets and the trash can, only adding to the chaotic scene. I don't know, Sam. We have to find him. I reached out my hand and waited for help. It never came. Ignoring me, he moved room to room, turning the whole house upside down. Sam, what are you doing? Damien's not here. We have to... He stopped in his tracks and finally acknowledged me. Elizabeth, what have you done with him? Where is our son? I was taken aback. Why didn't he understand? Why didn't he believe me? Tell me where he is or I'm calling the cops. He said with a mixture of heartbreak and hatred. Sam, I told you I don't know. I promise I would never hurt our baby. I mean, look at this place. Look at me. Do you really think I did this myself? I cried out, begging to be believed. He stared at me and tears began to fill his eyes. I don't know, Elizabeth, but what I do know is that Damien is missing. And all that blood out there, there's no way it's just yours. He pulled out his phone and dialed 911. Please, no. I was at a loss for words. In a matter of days, my whole life had fallen apart. Our miracle baby was gone. Or worse. My husband believed I killed him, and I was about to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit. Red and blue flashed through our windows. Please find our baby, Sam. Please don't stop until you find him. I pleaded as they put me in the back of the car. He said nothing, turning away from me. In the following weeks, I was interviewed by numerous detectives and psychiatrists. Eventually, it was determined that I had experienced an extreme case of postpartum psychosis. I was found not guilty by plea of insanity, and as a result, they committed me to the state's psychiatric hospital. Sam visited me the day I got admitted. Have they found Damien? I asked as soon as he was seated. No. Not yet. They're still looking. That's actually why I'm here, he said, refusing to meet my gaze. Do you have any idea where you might have hidden him? I just want to put Damien to rest. Please. Sam, I told you I didn't do anything. I don't know where he is. I sighed. Okay. If that's all you have to say. He nodded to the supervisor, indicating he was ready to leave. Before he walked out the door, he turned back to me. I could see the tears in his eyes. Goodbye, Elizabeth. I never saw him again. I'm not quite sure how long I've been in here. They have me on a heavy medication regime, so it's hard to keep track of time. It doesn't stop the nightmares from coming, though. I know what happened was real. I know what I lived through. I know Damien is out there somewhere, growing up without his parents. All I can hope is that he's had a good life. Most importantly, I know that creature is still out there somewhere, impersonating someone new. I just pray they put things together before it's too late. Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 2 hours of horror stories as per usual. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 likes on this one. Dropping the like only takes a quick second and it helps out the channel immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. I post content just like this as often as I can. We are also about 100 subscribers away from 135,000. If you want to help me get there, I would really deeply appreciate it. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the 2 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads. Except for the ad break after this intro, there will not be any more after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. I don't know what compelled me to confess here of all places. Maybe all the years in the pews caught up to me, took in the good word. Or maybe it is the lingering prognosis that has me crawling my way back to Jesus. I don't know. Either way, I am ready to talk. From what I read, this is the type of group to listen. Father Lincoln says that sins are like roots. You don't fully get them up unless you dig out the hole, right down to where it all started. He wears clothes to forgive. The internet throws words to condemn. To be frank, I could use a little of both. So let's dig it all out. Back to the first day of many mistakes. Oh, and lock the freezer after showtime. Come again? I said, finishing the last swirl of my signature. That's the last part of the gig. Russborough coughed out as he inhaled the last bit of his cronut, showering the table and both us in buttery flakes. Studio closes just before sunset. You get here 15 minutes earlier, do your tasks, and lock the freezer no later than 7 p.m. Why does the studio own a freezer? He leaned back and swallowed. A deep breath wheezed in and out of him, indecisive on whether it was for annoyance or contemplation. He had heard that question before, many times. His dense monobrow suggested he was considering whether he would have to hear it again. Do you want this job? The chill from the previous night's air still lingered in my bones. I was out of gas, and had only 2 blankets to my name. The rat cloth I had gotten from St. Mary's wasn't holding up as we ran into October, and I didn't know how many more nights in the Acura I could handle. Yes, sir, I do. It won't work out if you are curious. Believe me, some doors better left shut. I sat with that. Nothing about it sounded good. I'd heard the stories about these Hollywood types. Was it a vat of baby oil? A baby plantation to harvest fresh stem cells? The more my mind wandered, the more I wondered if I could handle whatever it was. If it were horror beyond my stomach, what would I do? Then my eyes landed on the contract again, and the length of the zeros made me unsure. Lock it after 7. Got it. No later than 7, kid. That's important. Alright, got it. Russborough didn't seem pleased with that, but he reached into his bottom desk drawer and pulled out my gear. An Outer Lights security hat, a metal clipboard case with a laminated paper taped to the front that had the word checklist bolded at the top in faded red letters, and a Glock 19. Whoa, I get issued a gun for this job? You got a problem with that? No, I just didn't expect it. Do studios typically have armed security? His eyes sat half open, unamused. He reached over to the black security hat, analyzed it, then matted it down on my head. Do now. He smiled. His extra cheek fat curled around the corners of his lips, creating an echo of a double smile that he was silently laughing at me. Listen, the talent we have here requires a bit of extra protection. I ain't no yuppie. If someone tries to get where they ain't supposed to be, you use that, you hear? I nodded. Anyway, he brushed away some hair infringing on his Rolex. Shift starts in about an hour. Why don't you watch from the screening room? Is that okay? Of course. Welcome to the Outer Lights family. I left Russborough's office and made my way to the screening area, the Glock heavy at my side. Always such a light thing in the hand, but heavy on my hip and in my guts. I'd never gotten used to it. I fired plenty in my life, a lot less since leaving Beaumont PD that spring, but still, authority. The power to do what needed to be done. Such big things. You think you know what you'd do, how you'd act in a situation where you needed to pull that trigger, to be someone's hero. Then you get to the moment and just about crap yourself. The screening room was dead save for 3 individuals. The first was a man in his late 40s. The studio lights blinded me from the reflection off his head. Wafts of cigarette smoke, enraptured him as he sat, watching the talent perform from his director's chair. To his immediate left at the foot of the stage was someone in an all-black suit, sunglasses indoors, total G-man. He was the only one who turned to me the moment I opened the door. He saw my hat and gave me a faint nod of acknowledgement. I didn't return it, but it was the man on stage who stole my attention. Atop the stage, centered by 6 lights of soft white, blood red, and sapphire blue was the star. He was young, no more than 23, dusty blonde hair, striking green eyes, and a grin that said he knew more than you did. Draped over his shoulders was a scarred blue suit coat, painted with grime and old blood. He was shirtless underneath and had a gun in his hand. He looked down at it in his lap, switching his expression in an instant. I was never a movie type, but I could see his thoughts. He went from a generalized sorrow to now thoughts of impending oblivion. If she were actually here, we would have Marjorie enter stage left, the director said. I could now see the name Stillwell on the back of the chair. Can we get an intern or something to read her lines to Thomas? The man in the suit nodded at him and looked behind the curtain on the stage. At his glance, a frail 19 of something jogged out. Her brow drenched in sweat, a script in hand. Everyone stopped, waiting for each other to continue, until the director scoffed. "It's your line, sweetie." "Oh, sorry," she mumbled, flipping to the page in a frantic rush. She cleared her mousy throat and continued the scene in a jilted performance. "Isaac, just put the gun down. Whatever's wrong, we can fix it." "They're gone, Alyssa." "What do you mean they're gone, Isaac? What happened? Where is everyone?" Thomas, now fully his character Isaac, looked to her, his brow pinched into a grimace, lip quivering, eyes misty. "Alyssa? Isaac, where are the others?" "What about me? I'm right here having to live with it." His eyes fell back on the gun. "Isaac, where are they?" "How can you ask me that?" he said, looking to her now. "Don't you dare look at me like that. You don't get to judge me. You didn't make those choices. You didn't feel the hunger we felt." Stillwell spoke, reading the stage direction, and the actors followed suit. As Isaac starts to cry, Alyssa hugs him, embracing the truth of what he did in those mountains, what they chose to do, to survive. She buries herself in his shoulder, apologizing for everything, but Isaac looks on to the mountain, looking on to what was left behind. Was it his friends or all of himself? Thomas then looked to the seats, right at me. His eyes gripped me like 1,000 pleading hands begging me to stare. Goose flesh broke out all over my body as he spoke. "The jungle stole their lives, but I stole their souls, with every bite." "Cut." Thomas snapped up, ignoring the intern. "You don't think that line at the end is too much?" Stillwell raised an eyebrow. "It wraps the story up well." "Yeah, but what about just, I stole their souls? I mean, the audience already knows I nibbled on my friends up there." Stillwell looked at his watch. It was 6 p.m. He looked back at Thomas, and they had a silent conversation about that. "It's a good point, Tom. I'll consider it on the rewrite. We'll pick up tomorrow when Marjorie is here, and not coked out in a Denny's crapper, or wherever she is. Let's clear out so security can close up shop." They did. Not a single word or glance at me. I watched the room clear, and in a few minutes, it was just me. The majority of the checklist I had to do were basic items. Cut the power to the stage, conduct walkthroughs at 3-hour intervals, ensure building access points are secure by 6:30. All standard stuff I'd done before in some fashion. I knocked them out swiftly and was left with the last 3 items, the first of which gave me pause. "Let in the groupie," I read. I followed the instructions, making my way to a service entrance deep in the heart of the studio. I opened the door, mostly to get a view of what to expect, when I heard a short scream as someone scattered to the ground. I looked down to see a young girl on her knees, looking up at me with a wounded expression. She was a frail thing, pencil skirt, low-cut top, curly brown hair, a dense amount of foundation, and clashing red lipstick. "Sorry," I said, helping her up. "I didn't see you there." "It's okay," she said, though I could tell it wasn't. Still, she made an effort to put me at ease, and I appreciate that. I gave her a once-over, and saw she now sported a small splotch of crimson on her left knee. "Let's get you a bandage for that. It looks like a good scrape." "No, that's okay. I'll clean it up in the bathroom." I insisted. While cleaning her up, I found out her name was Regina. She was 20, or so she told me, and that she was so thankful to be here. However, when the hydrogen peroxide hit her skin, her positive energy crumbled, and she stomped her good leg as if I was amputating the other. "So, you know the actor, Thomas?" I asked, hoping to distract her. It worked. She lit up like Figueroa Corridor. "No, but I really want to. We met at a coffee shop while I was practicing my lines. I'm an actress." "Uh-huh," I said as I finished wrapping her bandage. "He was so sweet. Said he really liked my stuff, and asked if I could swing by after he finished rehearsal." I was sure Thomas did like some of her stuff, but I didn't have the heart to tell her. The girl was too young for me to be crushing her dreams. I looked over at the checklist as she prattled on for another minute or two. Next item was up. Take groupie to talent manager. Well, let's get you backstage. As we turned around into the hallway, I all but crashed into Suit. All my years there, and I never learned his name. He stood there like a brick wall in both size and demeanor. 6:43, he grunted. "Sorry?" He tapped his watch. "You're late. She was supposed to be with me at 6:35. "Yeah, sorry, she fell on the way in, and I wanted to get her patched up first." He looked at her, snatched off his glasses, and dropped to his knees, analyzing her wound. Regina shifted back and forth as he glared at her leg, but she did well otherwise to hide her discomfort. Then, Suit clicked his tongue in disapproval. "Not good." "What? It's just a scrape." "Yeah, I'm fine." He stood up, looked at me, and shrugged. "We'll see, I guess. You are the one who's going to hear about it." I didn't know what that meant, but he didn't give me any more time to contemplate it. "Follow me, ma'am." She did like a giddy dog. I watched them walk off, some sinking feeling in my gut, but I wasn't sure from what. Was it for her, or was it because of Suit's words? As I reflected on that, Regina looked back at me before she went around the corner, waved and smiled. Then she was gone. One item left. No earlier than 6:55, but absolutely no later than 7. Lock the freezer. I opened up the clipboard case, and inside was one of the most archaic locks I had ever seen. A massive steel padlock with a thick 2-inch iron key. I glanced at my watch, and the time read 6:54. Crap. My jog broke into a sweat-soaked sprint as I dove further into the studio, the lights in the corridor getting further and further apart. In my panic, I hadn't realized I was following Suit and Regina's steps. I thought they must have taken a different route, but as I followed the studio map more, I knew that wasn't the case. This was a one-way path. 3 minutes to the deadline. I made it to a staircase that descended into the earth. A pitch-black void into nothing, illuminated only by a single slit at the bottom, where the freezer door was barely ajar. I crept down. Sweat broke out on my neck. When I made it halfway, careful to avoid each creak and groan of the floorboards, I heard voices coming from inside. What is this? What happened to her knee? This voice was new. Deep. No, thunderous. It rolled up the stairs like the boulder trap from Indiana Jones. When it reached me, my brain struggled to process it into language. She fell. That one was clearly Suit. She fell? That's what the security guard said. And what am I supposed to do with that? You know she won't heal. I understand, sir. No, you don't. Chains rattled. Something large was lifted and thrown, crashing into the wall below. The metal walls belted as the hard mass bent and warped the steel. Worry plunged into my heart as they described Regina. My hand snapped to my gun as I descended, quickening my pace. Calm down, Suit shouted. It's a scrape. She's exactly what you wanted otherwise. She was perfect. The voice rumbled in an almost melancholy way. It swelled in my stomach like the bass of some ballad. She still is. Do you know how hard it is to find someone with the exact auroras you wanted? She even has an inverted navel. Find another then. This one is ruined. No. What did you say? The voice seethed. Just please. Can you at least try it on? It was then that I made it to the door. My eyes instantly searched through the crack. The freezer was filled with bodies. They weren't hung on hooks like food, but in neat, vacuum-sealed rows of industrial hangers, like a macabre closet. Just beyond the door was Suit, his back to me. Beyond him, Thomas stood in front of an unconscious Regina. Then his head snapped up, his jaw separated from his skull with a brutal crunch. A 2-foot gray hand sprouted from Thomas's throat and used his forehead as leverage to pull the rest of it out. Another hand came out, then another. When the body that was Thomas crumbled to the ground like a skin suit without any bones, a writhing mass of floating hands branching out of some undulating distortion in space floated before Regina. At 6:59, the hands pried open her mouth and crawled in, inch by inch, cracking and breaking bone as it tunneled inside of her. My hand was glued to my gun. I knew I should run in, save her. That was my job, right? To protect and serve. At least it was, and once again I was here. All the power, all the authority, and all I could do was nothing. I knew that poor kid didn't deserve this, and as that conflict roiled within me, Suit turned around to face me. He wore an expression of pure indifference. No hate, surprise, or worry. He shook his head. A warning, but was it for me? Not against. As the horror before me unfolded, I was right back to where I was 2 years ago, watching those masked men enter O'Leary's, guns in hand while I idled outside in my cruiser. Just like then, I froze at the door handle, my body torn down the middle by the fence I had planted my butt on. My body, my mind, screaming in refusal as I compelled it to go. I wanted so bad to be strong enough, to do my job, the right thing. The seconds of the clock evaporated towards 7 p.m. I heard Rusborough's words from out the interview. As those people threw Mr. O'Leary onto the ground, beating him for petty cash, and as the bones of Regina crunched and crushed under the weight of Thomas's hands, I made the same choice that I did then. I locked the door. I didn't think much of the house when I first moved in. A friend of mine told me he was renting out a house. Cheap, quiet, perfect for me. He casually mentioned that a woman had lived there before, but she's not there anymore. I didn't ask any questions. All that mattered was getting the keys and finally having my own place. On the day I moved in, he handed me the keys and simply said, "If anything comes up, text me." Then he left. From the outside, the house looked completely normal. If anything, it was just a bit too quiet. No cars, no people, nothing going on. I actually liked that. Inside, everything was clean. Almost too clean. There were no pictures, no personal belongings. Nothing that made it feel like someone had actually lived there. Just furniture and empty space. As I went upstairs, a door at the end of the hallway immediately caught my attention. It was closed and the frame looked slightly warped, like it had been forced at some point. I tried the handle, but it didn't move at all. Probably just stuck, I muttered to myself before leaving it alone. Later, while checking out the attic, I found the first real sign that something felt off. The room was dusty and cluttered, completely different from the rest of the house. Old women's clothes were scattered across the floor. Sweaters, jackets, shoes. Like someone had left in a hurry and never came back. In one of the jacket pockets, I found an ID. It belonged to the previous tenant. I stared at it for a moment longer than I should have. Something about it didn't sit right with me. Still, I took a picture and texted my friend. There are still some things from the previous tenant here. Is someone going to pick them up? He replied almost immediately. Yeah, someone will come tomorrow. That was enough for me. I put everything back and went downstairs to finish setting up. I built my PC, played a few games, and put some music on in the background. Outside, it started raining. At first it was just a light drizzle, but it quickly turned into a heavy downpour, the sound of it echoing against the windows. Everything felt completely normal, until the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, a woman was standing there. She seemed friendly, but there was something off about her. I live next door, she said, holding out a cake. I just wanted to introduce myself. Her eyes kept shifting like she was constantly checking her surroundings. Would it be okay if I came in for a moment, just until the rain calms down? I didn't think much of it and let her inside. She sat down on the couch and we made some small talk. Nothing unusual, but the silence between our sentences felt strange. Like something was missing, or like she was waiting for something. After a short while, she stood up again, gave a quick, polite smile and said, I should go. And just like that, she left. I shrugged it off and went back to my PC. At some point, though, I started hearing something outside. Footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Coming from the yard. I took off my headphones and listened more carefully. There it was again. Footsteps. I walked over to the window, but there was nothing there. I even stepped outside for a moment, but the rain soaked me within seconds, and the yard was completely empty. Just my imagination. I muttered as I went back inside. Still, something didn't feel right anymore. The house felt different. Too quiet. Too aware. Eventually, I went to bed. I don't know how long I had been asleep, but the sound of the doorbell suddenly jolted me awake. I grabbed my phone. 2:45 a.m. My heart immediately started racing. I got up, went downstairs, and opened the door. She was standing there again. The neighbor, completely soaked, her hair stuck to her face, breathing heavily. There's someone outside, she said. He's walking around the houses. I saw him. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. Can I come in? I don't want to be alone. I hesitated for a second, but I didn't want to be alone either. So I let her in. Sit in the living room, I told her. I'll check upstairs, see if I can find something. I didn't even know what I was looking for. As I walked upstairs, I texted my friend. There's someone outside watching the houses. He replied almost instantly. I'll send someone over. A friend works with the police. He'll be there soon. I added. I let the neighbor in so I'm not alone. I slipped my phone back into my pocket and went downstairs again. The living room was empty. She was gone. My heart skipped a beat. Hello? No response. I grabbed my phone again. A new message. Which neighbor? I felt a cold chill run through me. I typed back. The one next door. A few seconds passed before he replied. No one has lived next door for years. I own that house too. Everything inside me dropped. I ran upstairs without thinking. My eyes immediately locked onto the door at the end of the hallway, the one that had been stuck before. It was open now, just a dark gap, and somehow I knew. She was in there. Without thinking, I rushed into my room, yanked open the closet, crawled inside, and quietly pulled the door shut behind me. My hands were shaking. My breathing was way too loud. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow. Followed by a soft dragging sound across the floor. She was inside the house. The rain kept pouring outside, its sound echoing through the walls as she moved through the rooms, searching, checking, getting closer. You're here, somewhere. Her voice was quiet, way too close. I held my breath. My phone vibrated in my hand. I barely dared to look. A message from my friend. You need to get out now. That woman is the previous tenant. She's mentally unstable. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like she had to hear it. All I could feel was fear. Cold, paralyzing fear. I'm sitting here now, in the dark. The closet is the only thing between me and her. I can hear her outside. Her footsteps. Her whispering. And now, I can hear her coming up the stairs again. If she opens this door, it's over. I just have to hope the police get here before she finds me. We had started out the evening with a bottle of expensive Merlot I ordered off the wine menu. Monica always loved it when I took charge this way, and saved her the trouble of having to browse the selections herself. Besides, after 6 months of dating, I was confident I had her preferences down to a T. When the bottle arrived, I pointed out the label to her. "Did you know Merlot is French for blackbird?" I asked as our server poured us 2 glasses. We were at our usual table, rooftop seating, with an expansive view of the city. I did not know that. Monica acknowledged. I could always tell she was grateful when I taught her something new. I was glad when she didn't ask about the rest of the label. Probably could have figured it out if I tried, though. I've always been good at picking up on context clues. You know, speaking of birds, I read something interesting the other day. I mentioned as I swirled my glass. They just published a study that found birds in the city are more afraid of women than men. You'd think it'd be the other way around. Who even pays for those studies? Monica wondered. She surprised me by breaking off a piece of bread. Monica never ate bread, but it was only to crumble it up and sprinkle it near her chair. Seems you have no trouble endearing yourself. I smirked as I watched a sparrow hop over to cautiously peck at the crumbs she had scattered for it. Guess I'm dating a real-life Disney princess. Maybe if one lands on me you can say that. She played along with a laugh. Or if I spontaneously break into song. I'd kind of like to hear that. She scrunched her nose in a way I found adorable. Take me out to karaoke next time. Next time. If I had my way, there would be plenty of next times. I was going to marry this girl sitting across from me watching that little bird hop around her heels. She was funny, smart, beautiful, and judging by her intense focus, fascinated by the wonders of the natural world. She observed that bird like couples at neighboring tables observe the glowing screens of their devices. It didn't hurt that she didn't break the bank every time I took her out, and insisted on treating her. She barely ate as far as I could tell. Yep, I was definitely a lucky guy. Hey, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I set my napkin aside, still smiling, and rose. Monica looked up from the bird to beam at me. God, she was gorgeous. Really, I wanted to flag down our waiter without arousing her suspicions, and see if there was anything special I could do for her tonight. Maybe I could lie and tell them it was her birthday so they made a big fanfare about it. Pretty sure she would love that, and the servers always looked like they enjoyed themselves in those moments. Sometimes I'd see them called to different tables 5 or 6 times in the course of a single evening. I'd never worked in the service industry, but it seemed like a fun job. I never located our server. On my way back from the bathroom, I paused at the entry to the deck, surprised as I spotted Monica still sitting alone at our table. She had something in her hand, but that something wasn't her phone. I realized it was the bird she had been feeding earlier. She held its tiny body clasped in one hand, and was gently massaging the fragile dome of its head with one fingertip. Its beady little eyes were squinted half closed in... was that contentment? Or fear? An uneasy feeling stole over me, but I shook it off. No, it looked like it was being lulled to sleep by her caressing. I wondered how she'd got a hold of it. Clearly it trusted her enough to be held. My girlfriend, the Disney princess, communing with nature. I stood back and observed a moment with an indulgent smile on my face. I probably looked like a cornball. Not something I've ever been accustomed of being, but I couldn't resist. I watched as Monica brought the bird nearer to her lips. I thought she was going to plant a kiss on it before letting it go, an idea I was less enthusiastic about. Thoughts of avian germs, lice, parasites flew from my mind the next moment. I could see the bird visibly struggling now in Monica's fist, her skin bleaching white with the ferocity of her grip. She opened her mouth and it was so much more than a kiss. Her lips parted wide, wider, until I thought her jaw would dislocate, and then it seemed to unhinge and continue opening wide, ropes of saliva trailing between her upper and lower teeth, the crown of her head practically sinking back into the nape of her neck. The bird gave one last fearful struggle in her hand, but it was too late, as its head disappeared inside my girlfriend's mouth. She didn't finish it in one bite, even though she could have, easily. Her teeth, so much longer than I knew, chomped down, wrenching the bird's head from its spine, like Saturn devouring his sun, a Goya painting I once described to her in great detail on our first date in a way that impressed her enough to agree to a second. I had guessed from the outset that Monica preferred a man of culture, but I was starting to wonder what I knew about Monica's preferences, actually. Her mouth opened a second time, like the act of eating was mindless, automatic. Her tongue the conveyor delivering the rest of the bird, still flapping. How was it still flapping? Down the yawning chasm of her throat. Her jaws snapped shut, her lips pressed tight together, and I watched the wiggling lump slide under her skin and disappear beneath the pressed Peter Pan collar of her dress. I thought about bolting. I had never dined and dashed in my life, but wasn't Monica the only one who had dined at this point? My vision was tunneling, and still I stood rooted to the spot. Fight or flight? Hadn't the bird tried both and lost, giving way to freeze? Monica glanced up then and spotted me, and there was no escaping back into the restaurant undetected. I walked slowly over to our table and sat down. Our server reappeared within moments to take our order. "Just the house salad with dressing on the side for me," Monica said, folding her menu shut. I stared at something caught in her teeth. She noticed and closed her lips abruptly, feeling around, her tongue bulging out a pouch in her lower lip before sweeping sideways to her cheek. She fiddled this way for a while, then plucked the detritus free and laid it out neatly beside her plate. "You know what they say about girls who can tie cherry stems into knots with their tongues?" she said slyly. "They don't say they're Disney princesses." Uh-huh. She hadn't been drinking any Shirley Temples I was aware of, and the gnarled trophy she had produced for me definitely wasn't a cherry stem. When our entrees arrived, I watched her sip wine and move leaves around her plate as she carried on convivially. At least, she was giving the impression of eating. I hadn't even touched my chicken parmesan. I was too busy shooting furtive glances at all the other female diners, single, paired, gathered in groups, and noticing the identical house salads plated before them with dressing on the side. I could have sworn several of them were looking at me. The sun had just sunk below the horizon, and either the lengthening shadows or their evaluating gazes made my skin grow cold. There were no more birds hopping around underfoot. Maybe they had all flown away. "What?" I asked when I realized Monica was awaiting a response. I was just thinking, when we move in together, we should set up a bird feeder, she repeated, or even a birdhouse or bath. We can make it really welcoming for all the urban birds in the neighborhood. That way, they'll know I'm not something they need to be afraid of. Uh-huh. She smiled again, then dabbed her mouth with the corner of her napkin. She seemed to be having some indigestion. I rose without meaning to. I think I need to use the... I was suddenly surrounded by a crowd of people. I sat back down, sweating bullets, hemmed in on all sides. Someone slid a slice of cake in front of me, right next to my untouched meal, and a fleet of servers started clapping and singing in unison. A pair of hands garroted me with an elastic band as a conical hat was affixed atop my head. When you were in the bathroom earlier, I told them it was your birthday, Monica crowed. My father loved a good paper trail. He always stressed the necessity of having proper documentation for every purchase, every agreement, every discussion that ended with something fundamentally different than when it begun. He believed in the importance of paperwork and the uselessness of a good handshake. The only legally binding thing a hand can do is put ink to paper, he'd always say. And to believe the gesture of touching palm to palm holds any sort of weight is to open yourself to the evils of human dishonesty. It is for this reason that, upon his recent death, my sister and I were left with the long, arduous task of sorting through the library of paperwork that the man left behind. When I call the collection a library, I do so without an ounce of hyperbole. His vast hoard of papers easily filled an entire large room's worth of drawers, files, and shelves. We knew we'd have to handle his last will and testament when he passed, and knowing our old man, we figured it would be a headache to get through, but at the time we thought this one document would be the worst of it. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. Upon diving into his extensive collection of records, we were both genuinely surprised by how many old documents the man had hung on to over the years, even long after their usefulness had dried up. Bank membership forms from the 1970s for banks long since defunct, half-century-old grocery store receipts, handwritten in blotchy, messy ink, parking tickets paid lifetimes ago for cars he hadn't owned in decades. It was all there, filed away neatly in the darkness of his old office, waiting for the day that we'd have the displeasure of drawing it all back out into the light. Knowing that most of it was worthless, we were tempted to simply shred it all and throw it away. But the persistent nagging that something of importance might be hidden in that massive trove of paperwork was strong enough that it convinced us to sort through it all manually. In a way, it was actually a much more enriching experience than I would have thought. We got to see our father's signature evolved throughout his life, and going through those decades worth of documents gave us the sense that we were reliving that life from start to finish. But at the same time, it was an agonizing chore that I dreaded doing each day. Because yes, it took us days to sort through all of that old paperwork, most of which was a complete waste of time. I suppose I couldn't really be upset about having to complete this final task for our old man. He provided us with a good life growing up, and the minor burden of sorting out his paper affairs after his death was a small price to pay compared to the work he had put in to ensure that we never wanted for anything, and had always lived in the lap of comfort and luxury. I also can't blame him for his overly cautious desire to keep a paper trail of his entire life. He came of age in an industrial town, during a time when industry was on its way out. Jobs spawned through handshakes and goodwill, suddenly vanished when the mines dried up and the mill's furnaces went forever cold. Nobody got any form of a severance package back then. One day you had a job, the next you didn't. One day you were able to put food on the table, and the next you weren't. It was a harsh, unforgiving time in our region's history, one that we haven't fully yet recovered from, even more than half a century later, and it set the stage for what my father's life would eventually become. Times were tough for our father and mother after he'd lost his job at the old mill. They managed to keep afloat for a while thanks to our mom's waitressing, as well as the various odd jobs that our dad worked. But it soon became clear to everyone in town back then that their livelihoods were dependent on an industry that had gone to an early grave. And without that industry, their economy wasn't going to last. Our parents needed a backup plan if they were going to have any hope of getting by. Thankfully, our old man had one. Our dad loved to paint from a very young age. In fact, the second largest collection that he left behind, after his collection of paperwork, was his vast accumulation of personal paintings that he kept in his private gallery. For his own purposes, he used to say. Before the decline, painting had only ever been a hobby for him, a way to decompress and pass the time between grueling shifts at the mill. He never thought he could have made a living off his work until the desperate times came, and he found himself backed into a corner with no other means of making ends meet. And so, with his prospects running as dry as the mines and his optimism going as cold as the mills, he turned to that old passion in hopes that it would offer him a means of escaping from the ever-deepening hole that he found himself trapped in. Setting to work like a man possessed, he drew inspiration for his paintings from the urban decay and Gothic, almost sinister landscapes of the region in which he had grown up. His work brought him little success in the backwater town that he called home, where people could barely put food on the table, let alone afford to blow their hard-earned wages on frivolous pieces of art, depicting scenes that they could look at for free with a simple glance out their windows. Knowing that he had no hope of making a living from his art in his current environment, and with the area's decline only growing worse by the day, my mom and dad decided to take on the ultimate gamble. They packed up their things worth keeping, sold the rest, and departed from the only place that either of them had ever called home. Their time spent away was, until the unfolding of recent events, largely a mystery to me. I knew they spent some time on the West Coast where my father continued to work on his stalled art career, but any details of his successes and failures there were never shared with my sister or me by our parents. All either of us knew is that by the time they returned home more than a decade later, their fortune had been secured. I wish I had known the circumstances that had led to their fortune sooner. I wish I had asked them questions while they were both still alive to answer. While I doubt they would have told me the whole truth, I might have been able to glean something about what had happened while they were away. The work of going through my dad's old records started as a tedious slog, and only got worse as the task went on. We brought a shredder into his office and began meticulously going through each document, ensuring that it was irrelevant before condemning it to its fate. Leafing through those old files and deciphering the messy, aging words scrawled therein would have been annoying, bothersome work for people half our age, and with us now into our 50s, with our worsening eyes and less nimble hands, the task was an even greater test of patience. We did our best to stay positive during this time, to talk about our memories of Dad, and to a much lesser extent, of Mom, and to keep the atmosphere as light and easy as we could. But this became more difficult as time went on, and we became disheartened by just how little progress we made against the seemingly insurmountable horde of records that we needed to sort through. The first noteworthy record, and thus the first one worth keeping, was found by my sister toward the end of the second day. I had just gotten back from taking a box of 3 decades worth of fast food receipts to the garage trash can. I hadn't bothered to shred them, when I heard her speak from across the room. "Oh, wow." I placed the now empty box on a nearby shelf and turned to look at her. "What's up? Find something interesting?" "I'd say so," my sister said. "Come take a look." I approached her. As I drew near, I saw that she was at the beginning of a fresh box of records, possibly even on the very first item inside. When I came up alongside her, she looked at me with an excited smile that she hadn't even considered wearing since the start of our task the previous day. She handed me the slip of paper in her hand without speaking, and I looked down at what was written upon it. It was a bill of sale for one of my father's paintings, one titled Gothic Decay. The bill was dated May of 1958, about 3 months after he and my mother had moved out west. His first sale, my sister said. I should have known he'd have kept the receipt for it. I read the bill over again and frowned slightly. Not the most lucrative sale in the world, was it? Well, no, she said. But it was a start. She looked back into the box that she had pulled the bill from. It looks like these are all sale receipts for his paintings from back then. Maybe even every single one that he had sold. Knowing Dad, it probably is every single one of them, I said. My sister pulled the next one from the list. It was dated September of 1958, roughly 4 months later, and indicated that the painting had sold for a similarly pitiful price. The third sold in December, again for what I'm sure was barely even enough to cover the cost of his art supplies. Not a lot of money coming in that first year, huh? I said. The pattern continued for 2 more instances before ending in April of the next year. In almost a year's time, our dad had only managed to sell 5 paintings, and each for far lower than he probably would have liked. I might have felt bad for him, had I not known of the wealth he would eventually amass. By flipping through the receipts, we learned that he didn't sell another painting for most of that year, until November of 1959. I imagine during that long gap he'd been forced to jump back into doing odd jobs in order to make ends meet. That likely led to a perpetual cycle of grueling work, during which he probably had little time to paint, and even less time to market his work. It's a miracle his aspirations didn't die there, and if I didn't know any better, I would have assumed they had. My sister looked at the receipt from November of '59 and whistled sharply. Hot dang, look at this one. I did as she instructed, then joined in her surprise whistle. That's quite a jump. I guess this is when he finally made it, huh? To say he had made it with this sale was an understatement. This piece, titled Rust Town Blues, sold for more than double what all his previous paintings had sold for combined. And things didn't stop there. In fact, they only seemed to speed up. He sold 2 more paintings that November, each for a higher price than the last. In December, he sold 8 more. In 1960, our old man was selling upwards of 10 paintings a month, and the number only grew from there. Over the course of the next decade, he sold dozens and dozens of paintings each year, each for staggering amounts of money. I didn't know how he ever had enough time to complete so many paintings, and I wondered if his seemingly obsessive commitment to his work is what sowed the seeds for what my mom eventually did. Exactly 10 years later, to this very day in November of 1969, he sold his last painting of the bunch. It would be the last one he ever sold in his life. And that's all she wrote, my sister said. This must be when he and Mom came back home, I said. A shame he didn't paint anymore after that. Well, a few years after they came home is when he and Mom had us, she said. Must have been tough to keep up his work while raising a family. Yeah, well, Mom didn't exactly make it any easier for him, did she? I said. My sister shook her head. No, that she didn't. I paused for a contemplative moment before speaking again. You ever feel like we took his dream from him? My sister shook her head. He had plenty of time to pursue that dream. He and Mom had us pretty late, especially for the time, and they knew that if they wanted to raise a family, they really needed to get on it. They made the choice to come back here and have us. We didn't force it on them. I shrugged, still itching with a sudden sense of guilt that I couldn't quite shake. Yeah, I guess you're right. Just like how nobody forced Mom to change her mind. Yeah, she said. That too. We let the conversation drop and returned to our work. The painting sales were the first items in the entire collection to be spared from the shredder. Deciding it was good karma to finish on that high note, we wrapped up our efforts for the day and both of us went home. I spent a long time that night thinking about those dozens and dozens of paintings that my father had sold back then, wishing that I could see even one of them. I had shrunk so far into my own head that my wife actually noticed my aloofness and asked if I was alright. I reassured her that I was, even if the answer didn't feel entirely honest. She eventually drifted off to bed, and I decided to decompress for another hour or so before following her there. I opened my laptop and looked up a few of the names of my dad's old paintings that I remembered from the receipts, to see if copies of them had ever been posted online. No dice for any of them. His works must have only really traveled in small, private circles, which had evidently kept them just as private for all these years. I suppose the money earned from them was tangible enough, but I found myself wishing that I had more to remember my old man by than just a bunch of rotting old documents collecting dust in his house. My sister and I started back up again the next morning. We spent most of the day locked back into the banality that we had grown accustomed to in the previous 2 days. My sister threw out a box of expired grocery store coupons. We once again didn't even bother shredding those. Well, I saw to the destruction of a drawer full of long expired vehicle registrations from several different states. She shredded dozens upon dozens of old bank statements. I found and rescued our parents' marriage license, which I considered destroying for a brief moment before deciding that it was just barely worth keeping around, if only in remembrance of a happier time when the four of us all still lived under the same roof. Besides, our father had never actually officially filed for a divorce. He'd never been able to find our mother in order to make such a thing official, so I figured keeping the marriage license around could almost trick us into believing that those good times never actually came to an end. Inconsequential acts of shredding and saving went on for some time until I discovered a file stuffed with years upon years of census data, something I almost tossed without a second thought. Had I actually done so instead of taking a few minutes to leaf through those papers, I may have never discovered the knowledge that I am now forever burdened with. Upon deciphering the messy handwriting, I managed to find my parents' names in the 1958 census listed at some West Coast address that I had understandably never heard of before. A quick online search told me that it was a small one-bedroom apartment that, based on its pictures, looked like it hadn't been renovated since well before our parents had lived there. The 1959 data showed similar information. It wasn't until I reached the 1960 sheet that I raised my eyebrows in surprise. The hell is this? My sister, who was in the middle of eating a peanut butter sandwich, turned to look at me. What is it? I flipped back and forth between the 3 sheets, thoroughly confused. This census data, it doesn't make sense. My sister returned her sandwich to its plastic bag, placed the combo onto a nearby box of records, and walked toward me. What do you mean? What can be so crazy about census data? Take a look, I said, handing her the 3 pages. These first 2 just show Mom and Dad as living in an apartment together. Nothing strange there, but look at the sheet for 1960. My sister did as instructed, then frowned as realization hit her. Who is this third person listed here? I don't know, I said. It's kind of hard to read the handwriting on that thing, and parts of it aren't even filled out, but it looks like she has our last name. Did a relative of Dad's come to stay with them for a while or something? I guess that's possible, she said. Then after a pause, their address is also different on this third one. I looked up the address on the 1960 paper and found that the house there, built in the early 1950s, was a huge upgrade to the apartment that my parents had been living in before. This made sense. By early 1960, our dad had started seeing good returns on his painting sales, and they likely could have afforded at least a mortgage on the house by the time the census was collected. But this didn't explain who that third person could have been. My sister took the census file and combed through more of the sheets. This woman, whoever she is, stayed with Mom and Dad for several years, even moving to another house with them. "That's weird," I said. "How have we not heard of her before? Maybe they had a falling out with her after this and didn't like to talk about her." "I guess that's possible," I said, once again not feeling confident in this explanation. "She looks to have moved out when they moved back here," my sister said. "She's on the 69 census, but not on the 70 sheet." "She must have stayed out west." "Do you think she's still alive?" my sister asked. "I don't know," I admitted. "If she is, I wouldn't even know how to get in touch." "Makes me wish we still had phone books," she said. "I doubt we'd find a woman her age anywhere else." A quick online search proved my sister right. We were unable to find anything conclusive about the mysterious woman who shared our last name. It was as if she didn't even exist outside of that census data, and even then, the information we could glean about her from that paperwork was limited. Her age was left blank on every census form that she appeared on, so we couldn't even guess what her relation was to our dad. With the trail going cold, we dropped the conversation about our mystery relative and moved on with our task. My sister returned the container holding the census data to me, and I continued to comb through it. It contained data for every year of our dad's life from the age of 18 until this past year, when he passed away. I watched as they returned back from out west, after which their number went from 2 back up to 3 the year after I was born. From there, we expanded to 4 when my sister came into the picture. We remained as 4 for several good years after this. Then, abruptly, the number reduced back to 3. Seeing that sudden reduction felt like a punch to the gut. It took the wind out of my sails and killed my desire to review the remaining years. Following a brief skim of the remaining data, I placed the container aside and, after a short period of consideration, decided not to shred them. I determined that, at the very least, the information present in that thick stack of paper was interesting enough to hold on to. Our day continued on as normal. We were making real progress, and by the end of the day, we could see that the end of our cleanup was in sight. We thought about staying late that night and getting ourselves that much closer to the finish line, but seeing as we both had families to return home to, we decided to call the night at a reasonable hour. I spent a long time thinking about the mystery woman that night. My wife, seeing that I was once again distracted, asked me what was wrong, and I told her about what we'd experienced that day. She reiterated the points that my sister and I had discussed about the woman likely being a relative that our parents had had a falling out with, and suggested that I not worry about who she was too much. This proved difficult to do, but with some effort I managed to set the woman aside long enough that I was able to get some sleep that night. We got started early on the third day, eager to get through the rest of the paperwork with haste so that we could potentially finish the task by that afternoon. Most of the morning passed in a blur of shredded documents, many of which I couldn't identify now if I tried. Scraps of ruined paper filled the several surrounding garbage bags and tarnished the floor in bunches of long, thin streamers. We worked quickly and quietly, with little time spent on conversation. I was certain that we both spent that entire time thinking of the strange woman who shared our last name. Though we hadn't met this woman, nor had we ever even seen her face, or learned of her exact connection to our family, there was something about her that made me feel as if I had known her for my entire life. It was a strange sensation that I just couldn't shake, and it made me even more eager to learn more about her. Was she a woman that I had met in my youth, and had forgotten about until that census data dredged up the memory of her from the murkiest trenches of my mind? At the time, I was certain I would never know. Anybody who could have told me the truth was already dead. What I didn't realize at the time was that I would be learning her true identity very, very soon. This knowledge would change everything I understood to be true about my family, and even as I write this, I wonder if I would have been better off never knowing it. It was still fairly early into our day when I discovered the file containing the copies of our birth certificates. We might have found it strange that our father had made those copies, had we not known who we were dealing with, but it didn't surprise us at all to find them there amongst his collection. What was surprising, however, was that where we had expected to find only 4 birth certificates, we actually found 5. Leafing through the stack, I passed first my sister's, followed by my own, then our mom's, and finally our dad's. I figured this would be the end of the file, and seeing as these were all unofficial copies and were not necessary to keep, I thought I would soon be sacrificing them to the shredder god that had been so gluttonous these last few days. But what I saw there behind my dad's certificate halted my every movement and made me completely forget about the destructive deity that I had been so ready to honor. I don't remember speaking, but I must have, because my sister asked me what was wrong. Knocked free of my sudden surprise, I looked at her with a confused look on my face and struggled to even find my words. I weakly held out the 5th birth certificate for her to take. My sister approached and took the paper from my lame grip, then grabbed onto it with both hands and looked it over. A frown that must have resembled my own from a few moments ago crept across her face. She briefly flipped it over and looked at the back, as if its rear would somehow reveal it to be some sort of post-mortem prank played on us by our old man. When she saw that it wasn't, she flipped it back over again and reviewed it another time. What the hell is this? I leaned over and once again examined the certificate. Much to my chagrin, its details remained the same as they had been from my initial viewing. Written there, in unmistakable black ink, was the now familiar name of the woman, of the girl, who had shared our last name. "It's the person from the census," I said, voicing what we both already knew. "The one who lived with Mom and Dad." "Yeah," my sister said, "except her birth year is listed as 1959, the year before the 1960 census. That means instead of being one of Dad's cousins or aunts, she had to be his daughter," I finished for her. "Their daughter, and our sister." This fresh revelation stifled us with a stunned silence that clung to us quite some time. My younger sister, so shocked by what she had read, needed to sit down in a nearby chair. I opted to lean against the sturdy desk behind me. "What's going on here?" my younger sibling finally asked. "What's happening?" "I don't know," I told her. These 3 words were the only ones that I could muster. She shot me an almost accusatory look. "You don't know about this?" "Of course I didn't," I said. "Mom and Dad never told me anything about them having another kid." My sister considered this for a few moments, then seemingly accepted it. What could have happened to her? And why would they keep that from us? I shrugged. "Your guess is as good as mine." "Did she suddenly die out west or something?" My sister asked. "Is that why they came back here? To distance themselves from the pain of that experience?" I looked down at the file again. "There isn't a death certificate here. Don't you think if our sister had died that Dad would have included it in his file?" "It could be stored somewhere else," she said. "Or maybe he just didn't want to remind himself of it. Maybe he just wanted to forget whatever happened to her. But then why would he keep her birth certificate in here?" I realized that, unlike the others, this one was the genuine article instead of being a copy. And besides, knowing Dad, he would want that death certificate filed, regardless of how painful it was for him to do. "Maybe she went missing," my younger sister suggested. "Maybe she was abducted or something, and they never declared deceased, just like they did with Mom." "But Mom didn't go missing," I said. "She left." "Still, Same idea. Maybe since they never declared her deceased, he never had a death certificate to file. Maybe. I didn't remember seeing any old articles about a missing child when looking up our older sister's name, but it's possible I either missed them or didn't recognize them as pertaining to the same person that I was researching. You'd think they would have at least told us about her, though. I'm not going to pretend to know what went through their heads at any given time, especially not through hers. I didn't respond for several lengthy seconds. Yeah, I eventually said. Yeah, I guess you're right. We didn't speak for a while after that. We didn't quite know what to say. The two of us returned to our work, but it was clear that neither of us was particularly enthusiastic about the task ahead. And so, after another half an hour or so of clearing out our father's documents, we decided to call it a day early and return the next day to hopefully finish up. I didn't tell my wife about what we had learned that day. I would eventually, but I needed time to process it for myself before I felt like I'd be able to vocalize our discovery to anybody else without being interrupted by a crippling panic attack or a deadly deluge of tears. I'm sure she realized that something was off about me again, but unlike the previous times, she didn't ask me about it. I think she could tell it was a demon better left undisturbed, until the time came that I was ready to poke it with a big, sharp stick. I lay in bed for hours that night, emotionally exhausted from what I had learned that day, but paradoxically unable to sleep. I thought about my older sister, who she had been, where she was now, if she was anywhere at all, why she had been kept a secret from my extant sister, and me for more than half a century. Such a train of thought proved to be a strong sleep repellent, but eventually slumber's inevitable persuasion managed to convince my mind to slip into the realm of darkness. When I slept, I dreamed of her, even though I had never seen her face. I knew the person in front of me was my older sister. She started out as a baby, the age she was when she was in those census papers. But she began to age rapidly, passing through dozens of stages of her life in a matter of seconds. She eventually morphed into the adult woman that she may or may not have ever become. I asked her what had happened to her, why she had been lost to us for so long. She couldn't answer. All she could do was frown at me, and then start to cry. Spirits were low the next morning. My younger sister and I felt crippled by the seemingly unconquerable task that was sorting through the relatively few remaining documents in our father's collection. But with a pair of heavy hearts and a lack of enthusiasm, we set to work on completing the job before us. I don't remember when or where my sister found the contract. I suppose these details don't matter. What matters is that its discovery changed everything, and that it unleashed something into our lives that we would never be able to put back into the metaphorical tube. God, how I wish we could. It was buried beneath a pile of other contracts of significantly lesser importance. My little sister might have even looked past it and thrown it away, had she not been careful, though I doubt she could have missed the bizarre, Stygian signature planted beneath our father's at the contract's end. She spent a while reading it before she showed it to me. It wasn't very long, so she must have reviewed it at least a dozen times while I sorted through other things, oblivious to her prolonged silence that had been so normal that day. The document didn't read quite like any contract I'd ever seen before, and certainly not like any of the contracts that were in our father's collection. It was handwritten on a sheet of yellow, ancient-looking parchment, penned in a way that looked like it had been scrawled in haste, but at the same time with an elegant penmanship that looked practiced, as if its writer had ample experience drafting such documents. I refused to copy down the words of the contract verbatim, but will do my best to paraphrase. The contract stated that for a period of 10 years, our father's paintings would bring him fame, wealth, and success. He would create important and beloved works of art with both haste and ease, which would effortlessly sell as soon as they went up for auction. At the expiration of those 10 years, the wealth he'd earned would remain, but his fame and status would be forever lost to the greater world, remembered only by himself and by anybody who believed him when he told of his forgotten past. Also on that day, exactly 10 years from the signing of the contract, and on each subsequent 10th anniversary, the writer of the contract would return to collect something from our father of the writer's choosing, which our father could not refuse. This would continue until the death of either party involved in the contract. The document was signed twice, first by our father in that same handwriting that we had seen countless times and grown intimately familiar with in the last few days. His signature was followed by a nightmarish scratching of lines and shapes that I cannot in good faith call a word, at least not present in any known language. Just looking at this malicious shape made me profoundly uncomfortable, and conjured within my mind countless pillars of evil, imaginable only to the most tormented of souls, and many that are mercifully beyond any existent soul to ever know. Both signatures, if that is what you want to consider this second blasphemy of writing, were penned in a splotchy, reddish-brown solution that I could not identify, but which I doubted and still highly doubt was any sort of ink. Our father's name was written in neat print next to his signature, so that it was easily legible. The other signer's name, however, was not awarded the same privilege. Beneath both signatures, though, was written a date, one that fell in early November of 1959. My sister and I sat in incomprehensible silence for what felt like hours, passing the contract back and forth whenever one of us had mustered the courage to read it over again. The heavy, unspeakable weight of the document resting between us seemed to distort the very fabric of reality with its density. When we finally spoke of it, both of us acted as if we didn't understand what this contract could have meant. But I'm sure that we both knew right away what its implications were. Our father, still struggling to make a living even after he and our mother had moved out west, entered into an agreement with someone, or something, that promised him the success he so desperately dreamt of and craved. And so he acquired a decade of wealth, fame, and success, in exchange for a lifetime tormented by whatever entity he had taken up this contract with. He would then go on to die in obscurity, the extent of his success remembered by nobody else, except for the thing that continued to collect from him decade after decade, taking more and more from the man that it was so determined to torment and eventually destroy. Sure were the terms that our father had entered into, and such were the terms in which the contract had bound him, until the time came that death finally set him free. I'm sure it's not a mystery what this entity collected from him after that first decade had passed. Subsequent decades, though, are a little more unclear, but I have a strong idea of at least two of those collections, which occurred while I still lived in our family home. One of those I'm sure you can deduce. The other I choose to keep to myself. Thinking back with a freshly open mind to those early years of my life, I can recall a pair of times that I am now certain each occurred on a year ending in 9, that I was awoken by a suffocating sense of overwhelming, primal darkness that swept over our family home in the blackest, coldest hours of the night. At the time, I assumed these occurrences to be the product of my own personal nightmares, quickly forgotten and seemingly unrelated to the tragedies that immediately followed them the next day. One of these occurrences came when I was just a boy, another when I was on the cusp of becoming a man. The former came at a time in my life when I did not fully understand the tragedy of loss. The latter was how I became truly acquainted with it. More visitations and subsequent collections must have occurred after I'd moved out on my own, but since I was not present for them, their energies must not have reached me. I'm sure if I try, though, I can conjure more family tragedies that occurred in the final years of decades past. But at the time of writing this, I am not entirely interested in reliving old pains just so I can recontextualize them with a present knowledge, nor do I wish to discuss such things with my living sister, much like how I got the sense she'd rather not broach such subjects with me. I write this only a handful of weeks after having found my father's contract. My sister and I didn't finish our project that day, and we still haven't been back to sort through the rest of our old man's records. I'm not sure when we will, if we ever do. We left that contract locked in the sturdy drawer of a metal filing cabinet in our father's empty home until the day comes that we ever feel the need to reassess it. In the meantime, I've spent these few weeks in a complicated state of mourning for those I've lost, and those I've never truly known. My father seeming to fall into both categories quite nicely. I've also spent a lot of time wondering. I wonder about what lies ahead for my sister and me at the end of this decade, now that our father is no longer alive to fulfill his end of the contract. When I last read the terms of the document, it explicitly stated that the contract expired with my father, but I would not be surprised to find those terms mysteriously amended should I pull that cursed record from its metal coffin and review what was written upon it. I get the strong, nauseating sense that the words next of kin might appear somewhere in there now, indicating that our family is not yet free from the curse that my father, blinded by a desperation that I hesitate to call greed, forever shackled to us. At the time of writing this, my sister and I now have less than 4 years, a time so agonizingly long while also so alarmingly brief, until we know if we are truly free from the contract that has been furtively looming over us for our entire lives. I doubt if either of us will allow a single day to pass where we don't think of the document that we left locked away in our dad's home, where it will fester and rot until the day comes for its terms to flex their power once more. I'm sure we will both think at length, as I already have, about what will come for us on that cold autumn day in November of 2029, about the dark, primordial presence that is no longer bound by its contract with our father, and which may very well now possess free rein to attack us directly with its deadly claws of overwhelming malice. But I suppose we'll just have to wait and see what comes. I shouldn't have been driving that night. The snowstorm had gotten so bad that I could barely see past my windshield, but I kept telling myself I was close to home. Just a few more kilometers. That's all I needed. The roads were empty. No headlights, no houses, just endless snow and the sound of the wind hitting my car hard enough to shake it. Then my tires lost grip. Everything happened too fast. The car spun. The headlights flashed across the trees, and then I slammed straight into a ditch on the side of the road. For a few seconds, I just sat there in silence, trying to process what had happened. My airbags had gone off, my nose was bleeding, the engine was dead. I grabbed my phone. No signal. Of course. Outside, the storm kept getting worse. Snow was already piling against the doors of the car. Staying there meant freezing to death, so I got out. The cold hit me instantly. My shoes sank into the snow with every step as I started walking down the road, hoping to find literally anything. After what felt like forever, I finally saw a light in the distance. A house. Old, isolated, 2 stories tall with warm yellow lights glowing through the windows. I almost cried from relief. I knocked on the door so hard my hands hurt. A few seconds later, an old woman opened it. She looked to be in her late 60s, maybe older, gray hair tied back neatly, soft smile, warm eyes. "Oh my God," she said immediately. "Come inside before you freeze." The heat inside the house felt unreal. She sat me down near the fireplace, wrapped a blanket around my shoulders, and made me tea while apologizing over and over for the storm, like she somehow controlled it. Something about her was strange, though. Not creepy at first, just too friendly, too caring, like she was overly happy that someone had showed up at her house. "You can stay the night," she told me. "My son's old room is still upstairs." I thanked her at least 10 times before going upstairs. Honestly, I was exhausted enough that I probably would have slept anywhere. The room looked untouched. A perfectly made bed, shelves full of old books, clothes hanging neatly inside the closet. It didn't feel like a guest room. It felt like someone still lived there. I sat down on the bed and noticed a folded piece of paper sticking halfway out from beneath a dresser. At first, I ignored it. Then curiosity got the better of me. I pulled it out. It was an old psychiatric evaluation report. The name matched the woman downstairs. I remember my stomach tightening as I read parts of it. Paranoia, violent episodes, psychotic delusions involving her son. One sentence stood out more than the others. Patient refuses to accept that her son died several years ago. I stared at the paper for a long time. The wind outside howled against the windows. Suddenly, the entire house didn't feel warm anymore. I looked around the room again. The clothes, the books, the perfectly made bed. She hadn't preserved this room out of grief. She genuinely believed her son was still alive. I wanted to leave right then, but outside was a blizzard. My car was wrecked somewhere down the road and I had no signal, so I convinced myself I was overreacting. I locked the bedroom door and tried to sleep. I must have drifted off eventually because the next thing I remember was waking up to a deafening crash downstairs. It sounded like furniture being thrown over. I checked my phone. 3:07 a.m. At first I thought maybe the old woman had fallen. I slowly opened the bedroom door and stepped into the hallway. The house was dark now except for the faint orange glow coming from downstairs. Then I heard a man's voice, calm, talking softly. I froze. There wasn't supposed to be anyone else in the house. I moved closer to the staircase and looked down into the living room, and that's when I saw her. The old woman was lying on the floor at the bottom of the stairs. Dead. Her neck bent at an angle that made my stomach twist. Blood had spread across the wooden floor beneath her head, and standing over her was a man, tall, thin, covered in snow. He was talking to her body like she was still alive. "You shouldn't have let him stay here," he whispered. "You know what happens now." I nearly made a sound right there. Instead, I backed away from the stairs as quietly as I could and locked myself inside a small storage closet down the hallway. I covered my mouth with both hands, trying not to breathe too loudly while I listened to him moving around downstairs. Floorboards creaked, cabinets opened, then silence. Complete silence. I grabbed my phone again. Still no signal. My heart sank. Then for 1 second, one tiny second, a single bar appeared. I immediately called the police. The dispatcher answered almost instantly. I whispered everything as quietly as I could. The crash, the dead woman, the man downstairs, the isolated house in the middle of nowhere. The dispatcher suddenly went quiet after I gave him the address. Way too quiet. Then he asked, "Are you inside the Miller house?" Something about the way he said it made my blood run cold. "Yes," I whispered. Another long silence. Then he said something I still can't stop thinking about. "Listen to me carefully. Hide. Do not leave your hiding spot, and do not ask any more questions." I remember whispering, "What do you mean?" But he ignored me. "I'm sending someone now. Stay quiet." Then he hung up. That's when I heard footsteps downstairs again. Slow, heavy, coming toward the staircase. The closet I was hiding in suddenly didn't feel safe anymore, because I realized something horrifying. To call the police, I'd had to leave the closet and go into the old woman's bedroom upstairs where the signal was stronger. If he had seen the light from my phone under the door, then he already knew exactly where I was. And now I can hear him walking through the hallway outside. We're here in the studio, sitting in the small but sleek rented office for Parafindings LLC. It's a two-person company that my boss set up to run the YouTube channel, podcast, and other creations coming out of the Parafindings brand. Most of the ideas and creative work come from Kyle. He's the genius behind it all. I'm only on board because of my AV experience and fast video editing. That's what I'm trying to do now, sorta. I have about 8 hours of audio and video to make sense of. Luckily, all the action happens in the first 90 minutes. The rest is mostly candlelights flickering. I click back to the beginning and think of what started this all. A digital suggestion box entry telling us to go look for the Daylight Witch, along with an address to a home in Tigard, Oregon. Google Maps said it was 20 minutes from our office. Google Street View said it was a dilapidated 2-story home. Kyle decided it was a go. I pressed the play on the video. This was just supposed to be the B-roll and test footage, but it ended up being all we got. The first timestamp is from 10:04 p.m. last night when Kyle and I met up at the Daylight Witch house, captured by the clip camera mounted to my hat. The recording opens with us passing our flashlights over the boarded up front door and grated windows. My POV then shows me looking back to see if any neighbors would notice us snooping. But the house was far enough down its own driveway at the end of a tree-lined street. Privacy wouldn't be an issue. We pulled on the window grates to no avail and didn't even bother with the front door, which had so much wood nailed to it that it was basically a wall. "Let's see if our write-in was legit," Kyle said as he walked around back. He was referring to a line in the original email that mentioned we could get in from the back. He, or she, would turn out to be right. The back door had its own grated window that was reflecting some of the bright white moonlight. It didn't open easily as the wood had swelled into the frame around it, but with enough force, Kyle was able to fling it open. We entered and got to work. The plan would be for Kyle to spend 12 hours in this house beginning tomorrow night, 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. As Kyle understood it, the hook of the story would be that the fear starts after the darkness. At least that was his best guess given the name, Daylight Witch. So, to best prepare, we wanted to mount a couple of cameras now. In the morning, we'd review how the footage captured the sunrise hitting the back of the house, eventually illuminating the inside. If we needed to adjust for lighting, we'd do so before tomorrow night. "Looks like there's a nice view from this fireplace if you want to set one up here," Kyle said. I would ultimately suggest a slightly different position for the camera that still captures most of the living room and dining area, both in the front of the house, and a view into the kitchen, positioned in the back where we just came from. We then debated setting up a camera upstairs as well, but there were 3 different bedrooms, a bathroom, and a narrow hallway connecting it all. This meant there was no obvious spot for a camera. If Kyle wanted to film up there, he would have to use the hat cam. I set up the other camera at the other end of the front room, above the dining table, capturing a different angle of the front of the house with its own line of sight into the kitchen. An interesting thing about these placements that I didn't notice at the time, because they're both at an angle, neither view shows the back door into the kitchen that we used to enter the house. My video editor now shows 3 different feeds, soon to be just the 2 mounted views as Kyle asks me to toss him the hat cam. I'm gonna film some stuff at home, like packing food and a sleeping bag and stuff. That's where the hat cam feed ends. In both mounted camera views, I see myself taking it off and throwing it to him. "You ready?" Kyle asks. I tell him that he can go ahead. that I want to do a couple more test shots to see how well it handles different levels of light in the space. I ask him how the streams are looking on his phone, which he can pick up when in range. Pretty crisp. Nice work. You don't have your phone to check. I didn't. I had left it in the car, parked just 15 feet from the other side of the boarded up front door. Well, don't stay too late, Kyle says before turning around into the kitchen. Because of the camera angles, he disappears from frame before he actually would disappear from the house. From here, without my POV view, my memory takes over. I pick up my flashlight and turn it on. I pass the flashlight from floor to ceiling and end to end. Tomorrow I'll look to see how the video quality changes from the flashlight moving in and out of view. Next, I light some candles that we brought and place them on a few surfaces, praying that none of these candles tip over while we're gone. Finally, I look around the room for a light switch and quickly spot one by the front door. I flip the two switches on and off and nothing happens. Not surprising in a house like this. Who exactly would still be paying the electricity here? But if there's a chance these lights work, I'm gonna want to see how they affect the video. I try the light switch by the dining room table, possibly also affecting the stairwell light, but the house remained dim. Just to check every box, I walk into the kitchen and turn on the light, and it worked. Bright, blinding light floods my view, followed by my own high-pitched scream. In front of me, up against the back door, is a tall, gaunt man, now bathed in the yellow light of the kitchen overheads. His rotting face was its own shade of whitish yellow framed by long gray hair that looked singed off in places. His eyeballs were stark white, no irises and only the tiniest black pupils, like lentils on a dinner plate. His lips were chapped to the point of blistering, with flaked skin threatening to pull away from his mouth. Out of instinct, I flick the kitchen light off, and just like that, the man is gone from view. I stand paralyzed in fear for what feels like 10 minutes. I've never been so scared and so sure I need to be anywhere but where I am in this very moment. I duck back into the front room and scan until I see my car keys on a tiny end table next to the fireplace. As I grab them, I hear a familiar click come from behind me. The radiating glow tells me instantly what I need to know. The kitchen light is back on. I call out hello to no response, which feels just as bad as if there was a response. Rather than re-enter the kitchen, I move to the closest window and look for a latch to open it, but it's been painted shut. As I trace the painted edges looking for a seam, I look beyond the glass of the window and onto the grating that's bolted onto the exterior wall. Painted seams or not, I wasn't getting out this way. The front door I don't even bother with, remembering how boarded up it was from the outside. With my back to the kitchen, I shimmy to the other end of the front room and up the stairs. However, despite being an entire floor off the ground, each window on the second story was just as reinforced as the first. The back door, I say to myself, it's the only way. I creep back downstairs and see the light spilling into the front room. I pep myself up with a few deep breaths, hoping that nothing is there when I pass into the brightly lit kitchen. But something is there. He is still there. Only this time he has one hand up in a crooked, flat-handed wave. His lips have opened into a smile showing fractured yellowed teeth. He's so frozen in this pose that the only movement comes from the slight rustling of the long black sheaths that cover his body. I turn the light off again, but this time I stay put, staring at the empty dark void that replaced the haunting pale man. I take a step towards the back door and in an instant, the light pops back on. This time his chapped lips are closed but tilted upward in a smirk, as his pale fingers hold up a pair of car keys. My car keys. I feel around for them in my pocket but come up empty. I back up into the front room and crouch into the darkness by the fireplace. In the midst of my own terror, I ask myself if a man can be a witch, but soon realize it doesn't matter. Witch, warlock, ghost, zombie, demon. These words are the best we can come up with to define things we aren't even sure exist. Whoever is in that kitchen exists outside of any human label I could ascribe to him. I take a deep breath and think, he wants the light. That's when he shows up. A plan crystallizes as I notice a set of fireplace tools to my right. I grab the stoker and back up to the wall next to the opening that connects to the kitchen. One last deep breath. I rush around the corner, squinting my eyes to hide the horrible figure that remains by the door. A few steps into the center of the kitchen, I swing the stoker up in the air until I hear the sounds of glass shattering, blessing the room with darkness. I'm alone again. I can feel it. It worked. Or did it? Until I hear the click of my flashlight. I turn and see the daylight witch holding my lit flashlight pointing upward, illuminating his face like a camp counselor telling a scary story around a campfire. His tiny pupils look even smaller but stare into me with even more intensity. Like before, he's unmoving. Seeing his wide eyes stare without the relief of a blink makes my own eyes water, matched only by the discomfort of my lips as I see him streaked with tiny strips of blood that fill the cracks of his lips. If I'm not getting out of here through a door or window, my only way out is through. I charge towards the back door, unsure if I will phase through him like a ghost or crash into a physical body. But just a couple feet from the door, something in me changes, and all goes quiet. Somewhere in between a dream and a memory, the story unfurls. It's patchy and fluid, drifting from one scene to the next. A girl, lying on dry earth with a leg bent in the wrong direction. Her skin is sunburnt and blistered, infected with hours of unadulterated sunlight. She's found moments too late by her twin sister, who years later sets fire to herself to be free of the guilt. Farther in time, a child begins to complain of a bitter and burnt smell that fills his room every day when the sun comes up. He makes it to 18 and joins the army, where his troop would soon recount in horror how they saw him walk into the flashes of gunfire in the night, arms wide open. Years later in Oregon, a veteran confesses to his wife that he's still haunted by someone from his army days, and she suggests he talks to the local chaplain. While waiting for his appointment, the former army man finds himself bathing in the light passing through a stained glass window. He enjoys the feeling so much that he throws his body through it and into the ground one story below. The chaplain would live the rest of his years, wishing he had been fast enough to do something. Instead, he began to push his family away, never letting anyone in his home and barely leaving it himself. The chaplain's hair grew long and his teeth decayed. One day, after a pleading phone call from his daughter, he notices the warm glow of the oven and sticks his head in to enjoy the... "Dave, what the..." Kyle says, standing at the back door. It takes me a minute, but I ask what time it is. "Are you drunk, dude? I never heard from you and saw your phone's location was still at this place." I ignore his question and ask again what time it is. "Like 6 a.m., almost sunrise. I was worried about you, dude. I threw myself out of bed to get here." Almost sunrise. Not yet. It's not yet daylight. There might still be time. I pick myself up and reach for the car keys beside Kyle's feet. As I walk to my car, I hear Kyle ask if anything happened in the house, but I don't answer. I run. We're here in the studio. I continue to crawl through the video recordings for any evidence of what happened, but I'm not finding any. The angle of the two mounted cameras don't catch where he was standing. I watch the footage from beginning to end 2 more times. Upon starting it the 3rd time, I finally see something I missed before. It's from my hat cam footage, when we first walked up to the back of the house. I thought it was the reflection of the moon lighting up the door window, but it's more than that. It looks like the outline of a face looking through the glass. I stare at the paused clip on my laptop until my phone vibrates next to me. It's Kyle. Where are you, dude? I'm worried about you. I type out a text. I'm at the studio, but it's not the full truth. We are at the studio. In the full brightness of the day, the daylight witch watches me work. I'm a door-to-door salesman. Saleswoman, actually. But sometimes I'd like to forget that part, especially when I get another weird smile or a wink from a potential buyer. I've heard before that this job is a definition of asking for it, because if coming to your house and saying, "May I come in?" doesn't constitute imposing yourself, then what does? I came to them first, after all. I will not bore you with the details about what I sell because frankly, it doesn't matter. I will say that I'm working for a charity, mostly because it makes me feel better about myself, but also because people who will answer their door for a noble cause are slightly different from those who will do it for, let's say, cable. They're usually much lonelier. As my boss likes to remind me, I'm not there to listen to their stories. I still do sometimes because a successful sale requires building a relationship. I'm very good at it. It may not seem believable, since I'm spilling my tea onto the online void as we speak, but I genuinely love people, and they also seem to genuinely love me. This leaves me with frequent Employee of the Month awards and a ton of personal tangents that nobody else wanted to carry. I like the tangents a lot. They're usually quite endearing. Sometimes they're tearful though, and very rarely, they're scary. When I started this job, the only other girl on the team told me, "You will meet people who will want to scare you." It was the best advice and the smartest warning I've ever gotten from anyone. I try to keep that in mind whenever a certain stiffness fills the air, and they lower their voices, whenever I become painfully aware of double-locked doors and very thick walls. But I don't get scared easily, and the truth is, I don't meet people like that very often. Perhaps that's why the creepy encounters I've had hold a special place in my memory. At the risk of sounding dramatic, I have to admit that, despite what my coworker said, it's not always their intention to freak me out. Sometimes they're demented, sometimes they're scared themselves, sometimes I can't tell. Take Mr. Rogers, for instance. I met Mr. Rogers when I was checking out a new estate. We have just gotten a permit to work there. I believe I was the first one to do so. It wasn't actually new, just a couple of older apartment buildings and a lot of much, much older people. I tried to remain optimistic, but the outlook wasn't great. I love the elderly, I truly do, but they have little money and a lot of time. And as much as I enjoy their tangents, I also have to make quota. So after I had gone through 3 6-floor buildings without even getting close to a sale, I should have called my boss and told him it's a desert. He likes using metaphors like that. I wish I'd done that, but I'm not a quitter. So I took a deep breath and rang another doorbell. Took him forever to open the door, and if not for the footsteps I heard inside, I would have left long before the hinges started to weep. He was very short, which gave him an almost comedic quality, especially next to the giant door. The doorknob was at the height of his neck. He was wearing a Saint Mary necklace, to which he unknowingly clung when he saw me, as if I were there to haunt him. I have to say I'm very tall. I smile a lot, though. His face immediately brightened when his eyes finally reached mine. "Oh, hello. Yes, please, come in," he said before I could even ask. I went inside. Can tell a lot about someone by their house. If you see enough houses, you notice most people are the same. Mr. Rogers' apartment had all the characteristics of an old person's apartment. Dark wood furniture, thick carpet, ugly curtains, framed photos standing on the cupboards. Except for the smell. It certainly wasn't dusty and old, but it also wasn't particularly good. Just very artificial. I had trouble saying if the producer went for sandalwood or strawberry. I figured Mr. Rogers had to have serious gastral problems, and probably thought a very strong air freshener did the trick. We chatted for a bit. He offered me tea, which I accepted. Normally, I politely declined, but his apartment was so small that I could see everything he was doing in the kitchen from the couch. I imagined the bathroom had to be very tiny. There was one more room, but it was closed. I could see the light pouring from under the door. We sat down with the tea, and as I was listing the reasons to donate to our charity specifically, ideally by using the monthly plan, he fixed his gaze on my face and said, "You look like my wife." I glanced at one of the photos on the cupboard, a black and white wedding one. I had to admit, I was a bit similar to her. I turned back to him and almost jumped. He leaned so much closer to me in those 2 seconds that I could now watch his wrinkles from up close. I was scared if I looked into his eyes, I'd see a predator. But I only saw an inspector, as if he was checking if my nose was exactly as straight as hers. It was worse, somehow. Then he just leaned back and smiled. I suddenly noticed how white his eyebrows were, and how most of his wrinkles writhed around the corners of his eyes. I recently noticed the first laughter lines on my face, too. I smiled back at him. "I'll show you the photos," he said. "She was very pretty." With that, he got up and went straight to the bookshelf. I suppressed a sigh. I know it sounds like a TV trope, but I can't overstate how often the elderly show me their photo albums. As long as I still close the sale, I'm fine with it. But I wasn't sure about this one, and even though he seemed rather sweet, I wasn't looking forward to being compared to his wife anymore. "Here," he said, handing me the album. "You can browse, and I'll look for my wallet in the meantime." I looked up. "Oh, sir, I'm sorry, but we don't take cash," I said. It's always the first thing I mention, but people, especially old people, forget. "I know, you need the bank account number," he answered, fumbling through his stuff. "I have it in my wallet. I'm not good at technology like you kids these days." I tried not to show my surprise. I focused on the photo album instead. There weren't really any recent ones, and you know how time likes to pester old photos. But even in those blurry pictures, I very easily recognized myself. I was holding the album so tightly that my knuckles turned white. Her nose really was as straight as mine. "Can't find it, I'm afraid," he sighed. "Must be in the bedroom." He just stood there, looking at me hopelessly. In my line of work, you have to learn very quickly how to recognize excuses. Confrontation is scarier than death, and people will do everything to avoid it. So if after a 20-minute chat they suddenly don't have any more time for all the formalities, they're lying. I have encountered the most elaborate and idiotic excuses, but no experience could have prepared me for leaving the wallet in another room. It surprised me so much, I didn't know what to say. But before I was able to come up with an answer, he said, "She must have locked it again." He came up to the bedroom door. He tried the handle a couple of times, but to no avail. "I'm sorry, who?" "She always does this," Mr. Rogers complained. Ignoring my question, he reached into his pants pockets and pulled out a dry handkerchief and a couple of pennies. "Dang it," he shouted so loudly I jumped in my seat. "She locked the key in too. Always happens. Always." He started pacing around the room, running his hands through what was left of his hair. I didn't expect him to be so fast, with all that energy hidden inside his tiny body, as if waiting for enough anger to erupt. I could have sworn he was slouching when I came in, but the passion straightened him up. He suddenly seemed 20 years younger. He grabbed his glasses and phone from the kitchen counter. "I have to call her," he said, awkwardly punching the password on his phone. "She has to fix this." I started to get up. I wasn't really sure what was going on, but I doubted whoever Mr. Rogers was calling would solve the problem, since it seemed to be more or less in his head. "You know, sir, we don't have to do this now. I can come here on another day. Let you handle this now. No. He looked up from his phone, staring at me from behind the thick glasses. Stay. She has to open up. She can't do this forever. I was still trying to reach the front door while I heard the phone signal. He had a typical old person's sound settings, which would probably let me hear a whole conversation, if that were to happen. Whoever he was calling wasn't picking up. He tried the number 3 more times with his eyes locked on me all the time. The glasses made them look exceedingly bulbous. It would actually be quite funny if my heart wasn't racing. After the 3rd unsuccessful dial, I asked calmly, "Mr. Rogers, maybe you could call someone else." Somehow my question gave him a pause. He sat down on the couch and scratched his head. "My son has a spare key," he said. "Let's try him." I breathed a sigh of relief. I considered leaving for a moment, but eventually I sat down in a chair in front of him. His son did pick up, and without even the slightest bit of confusion about the locked door, said he'd be right there. "He'll be here in 10 minutes, the old man clarified. "Listen, honey, I'm very sorry. I didn't know it would take this long. He'll come with a key and we can fill in this form of yours, all right? I really want to help." He took me by surprise. For a second I forgot what I was even doing in his house, that I came in there with a purpose other than handling his crisis. I still didn't know what exactly was going on with the door, but Mr. Rogers certainly wasn't well. And even though I'm a good seller, I have my morals, and making deals with mentally unsound people doesn't exactly align with them. "I'm a little bit confused about the door." I tried to change the topic. "Someone else locked it. That's what you're saying. Who?" "She does it sometimes." He sighed, leaning back on the couch. He was back to his slouching and painfully slow self. All that anger from a moment before evaporated. "She locks the door from the inside. Sometimes she puts my stuff in that room too, so I can't reach it, you know? But I can't really remember where I left the wallet. Getting old does that to you, you know?" I swallowed and glanced at the door, and the thin strain of light under it. "You mean someone locked the door from the inside? That means she's still there, right?" He shrugged. I looked at the door again. "Well, not really. You know how it is. Sometimes I forget." He was interrupted by a knock so loud the door even shook a little. The one that came after it was even stronger. The 3rd one came when I was already on my way to the front door. Screw it, I thought. I'm not dealing with that. And as I opened the front door, I got startled again. This time by a tall man standing in front of me. "I'm sorry. Who are you?" he asked. "Thank you for getting the door, Angel." I heard the old man's voice. "Come in, son. We've been waiting for you." I took a deep breath. I hadn't realized how stuffy the apartment was. The air fresheners were messing with my head. I'm sorry. Were you knocking?" "Yes, he doesn't like it when I open the door myself. He sometimes gets startled." He was looking at me, frowning. "I'm sorry, but what are you doing here? Are you a nurse? Because someone has to help him. Us neighbors have been doing our best." "Oh, come on now, Kevin. You're not just a neighbor. You're like a son to me," Mr. Rogers shouted from behind. "Honey, lock the door, please." Everything inside me begged me to leave. I closed the door and turned to look at the young man. "I'm sorry. Are you not his son? He told me he was calling his son. He got really angry with the door. Does he live alone? Because he's been saying..." "The door," he sighed, taking his coat off. He looked around my age, which was definitely a bit young for being his son. "I don't know how he does it, but this is the 3rd time this week I'm here because of the door. Don't get me wrong, I'm always happy to help. I was on my way home anyway, but I keep telling him he should get it on the keychain with the rest of his keys, so it doesn't get lost all the time, and it's like talking to a brick wall. It's good someone's finally here to look after him." He glanced at me. "You're a social worker, right?" Not a nurse? I'm actually... Enough chit-chat, kids. Kevin, please give me the spare key, commanded Mr. Rogers. I'm not going to do that, sir, because you're going to lose it again, the man said, taking a key out of his bag. But I'll open the door for you. Here you go. I held my breath as he turned the key and pushed the door open. The room looked painfully ordinary. There was a closet, a bed, a bunch of meds laying on the bedside table, next to the wallet. It was just like any other bedroom of an old person. The only weird thing was the air freshener smell that was evidently coming from there. So strong that I gagged when the first wave hit me. Most importantly of all, the room was empty. Thank you, son, the old man said, smiling at his visibly tired neighbor. Now, dear, here's my wallet, he said, coming inside and picking it up from the table. We can finish the formalities now. And look, my key. She did it again. He turned in my direction, showing me a key triumphantly. After all these years, she's still trying to beat me. Kevin gave an exhausted look. All right, sir. I gotta go, he said, heading to the exit. Wait, I called after him. He turned around. Can we talk? I'm not a social worker. I'm a charity worker. Well, okay, that sounds misleading. I mean, I'm from... He stopped in his tracks with a puzzled look on his face, but suddenly something must have clicked, because he interrupted me saying, Oh, I knew I'd seen you before. You look like the woman in the photos. He pointed at the one on the cupboard. Very strange. Are you her granddaughter or something? What do you mean, am I her granddaughter? I asked. I was reaching my limit. No, I am not his wife's granddaughter, for God's sake. Do you really think I wouldn't have mentioned that before? Kevin frowned and looked over my head. Mr. Rogers was still in the bedroom, going through his wallet. That's not his wife. He lowered his voice. I shook my head. I'm sorry, what? Kevin sighed. It's not him either. He continued, pointing at the photo. Look how tall the groom is. People shrink, but not like that. I looked at the photo. The woman was over a head shorter than the man. I felt very stupid all of a sudden. Who are they then? His family? Old friends? He shrugged. I don't know. Don't ask about the man. He gets mad when I do. He only ever talks about her. All right, Mr. Rogers. I really have to go, he said louder this time. Maybe he doesn't have any nice photos of himself to put up, he added, turning to me again. It's only one photo on the cupboard. It's not like he has an album full of those. Wait, what? He left before I could utter an answer. When Mr. Rogers finally found his bank account number, I was already on my way out, apologizing for the trouble and promising I'd come back later. But I really had to go. I was worried he was going to follow me, but when I heard the key turning in the lock behind me, I breathed out, clutching the thing in my pocket. I left the building as fast as I could, and called my boss to take the rest of the day off. Back home, I took the folded photo out of my pants and carefully straightened it out. I was lucky it didn't fall apart after being tightly stuck in my pocket for so long. Even on a pawed, cracked surface, the woman was still distinguishable. I feel like I need to stress here that I don't normally steal from old people's photo albums, but I also don't normally see photos of people looking exactly like me. If I hadn't snatched it when he was going through his things, the story would have ended on that, and I would have probably discarded him as another senile old man who managed to scare me just because he caught me off guard, if only she didn't look exactly like me. The internet wasn't very helpful at first, but I kept digging, and after I put it through a couple of different reverse search engines, I finally found something. It was a scanned article from 50 years ago about an unsolved case. I used to think things like that didn't just get forgotten, but most of them do. A few hours later, I decided to go and see Mr. Rogers again. It was very stupid of me because there was very small chance I'd meet Kevin again, but it was the middle of the night. He was probably asleep, and I really couldn't help myself. I jumped in the car, bursting with excitement. When I got there, I had to sit for a moment in the parking lot to calm down. I had to be very careful and quiet, and those aren't my strong suits. I can seem a little impulsive, I know, but you have to understand that I never do this on my first visit. After I get invited inside, which is a must-do of course, I always like to snoop a little before committing to it. Look at their belongings, see if they live alone, if they have anyone that will actually mourn them when I'm done. Usually they do, so I leave them alone, but Mr. Rogers was practically asking for it. He was sleeping when I got inside. He looked very peaceful and innocent, the same as before, and I almost got fooled by it again. But I'm not of a faint heart, and I had learned to trust my instincts, so I didn't hesitate for long. I stayed in the apartment for a while after. There was still something that was bothering me, and I wanted to at least try and find it. I did, after a while. I found where the smell was coming from. There was a small box tucked under the bed, filled with dozens of various air fresheners. Inside it, tucked in like a treasured emblem, was her finger, all wrinkled and dried up. I couldn't smell it at all. The air freshener's odor was so strong it made my head spin. I lay down and closed my eyes, and for a while I just rested there, trying to get rid of the nausea. I imagined what she must have felt, with her only part left whole being this one bony finger. No wonder she closed the door so often. I would protect my parts like that too.